2, 3, let's go. Anastasia, you need to give me permission to record. Okay. All right, it is 7:31 and we're all ready to start. Hello, 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 and welcome to the first annual virtual Create Summit. My name is Lara Campbell and I'm a co-founder of Artists&Angels, a startup for developing human arts and creativity. We initiated this virtual Create Summit together with an organization called United Voices for Peace to foster the culture of arts, creativity, and technology. At this pilot virtual Create Summit, we want to provide a platform for exchange for creatives, artists, innovators, thinkers, and representatives of business, industry, and education. Together, we want to see how arts, creativity, and technology can help us design a peaceful, mindful world in the new age, post-pandemic. We will explore on how we can use art and creativity to improve and innovate existing and future processes, both at home and at work. Together with the speakers and guests at our summit, we also want to start creating the arts manifesto of the new age, based on the thoughts and on the answers that we will receive today, both from our speakers and from our guests. So let me walk you through our agenda. You can see the agenda now, right? Okay, great. Today we have an amazing lineup of speakers with 16 speakers joining us from across 10 time zones, which is super amazing. I'm so grateful for that. We will have 3 panels dedicated to the healing power of art coming up right after this opening and the meditation session. A panel on the impact of art and on how you can harness artistic inspirations for yourself, your business, and your community. And last but not least, a discussion board on converging art and technology. At 11 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, we will also welcome our keynote speaker, Ge Wang, a music and tech guru, a Stanford University professor who will introduce us into artful design and technology in search of the sublime. And finally, we will have an incredible creativity meditation session coming up right after this opening. At 9 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, we will host a workshop on neurographic art. Do you know what neurographic art is? I don't, so let's find out together. At 1:30 p.m., we're looking forward to an angel talks with a musician and singer-songwriter Ludwig Wright. Please follow our program on the website and stay tuned for the amazing sessions, speakers, and workshops at the first virtual Create Summit. Feel free to ask any questions in the live stream chat, and we will try to address all of them during our panels. We also welcome you to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Artists&Angels and receive video with some amazing content from this Create Summit. Your support means a lot to us, so please follow us on social media and share the Create Summit link with family and friends. So, and after this intro, I hope we're all ready to dive right into the Create Summit. We will start it with a nice, relaxing creativity meditation. And here I give the floor to art therapist, resilience coach, yoga teacher, founder of Mandala Healing Art School in Berlin, Germany, Alisa Poplavskaya, who joined us here today. Thank you so much, Alisa, for being here. And you will conduct a 15-minute meditation session for us here at Create Summit. Alisa will also be a speaker at the next panel on the healing power of art. So please, after the meditation session, stay tuned, don't leave, and we will switch over to our next panel after a short break. Thank you, Alisa, for joining. How are you today?
Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm well, thank you. I'm in my balance, and I'm looking forward to share the meditation with you and with all our guests. Happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're all ready for the meditation session. I will mute myself now and try to go into a more Zen mode to have this beautiful start of the Create Summit. Thank you so much. And please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Lara, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm welcoming each and every one of you. And everything starts with our breath. Everything starts with our awareness. Everything starts with our bodies. So allow yourself today really to find a comfortable position for your meditation. No experience is required. Just be the way you are. The only thing I'm asking you is to keep your spine elongated. You could sit on a chair, on a cushion, on a book, whatever feels comfortable for you. And allow yourself to close your eyes for a moment, to elongate your spine, elongate your neck. Feel how the crown of your head is moving all the way up towards the sky. And take just one deep breath for now. Deep inhale through your nose and deep exhale through your mouth. Let go. We will continue breathing this way another 7 breaths. Inhale through your nose and exhale through your mouth. And slowly become aware of all the sensations you have in your shoulders. And with each exhalation, release tension from your shoulders and from your hips and from your chin. Deep inhale through your nose. Exhale, let go. Inhale. Exhale, release. Inhale. Exhale, release. Few more times. Inhale. Exhale, let go. And one more deep breath. Please join me. Inhale through your nose. Exhale through your mouth, let go. And gently, please come back to your breath. Inhale through your nose and exhale through your nose. Your right hand is on your belly, left hand is on your heart. Right hand is on your belly, left hand is on your heart. And we are starting to breathe all the way down to our belly. Inhale, expand this belly. Take all the things which is needed at the moment. And exhale, letting it go. Please join me and we will start counting. Inhale on 5 and exhale on 5. Inhale 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please keep counting and keep breathing all the way down to your belly. Inhale on 5, exhale on 5. Allow yourself to observe how your breath is moving, how it's entering through your nostrils, going all the way down to your throat, all the way down to your chest, all the way down to your belly, and leaving your body from belly, your heart, your throat, nostrils. Allow yourself really to feel how this breath is slowly bringing everything what's needed into your body and leaving everything what it's not needed. Allow yourself to breathe deeply. We'll be here for another few minutes. Everything else can wait for now. Now it's time for yourself and only. It's time to connect to your breath, time to connect to your body, time to connect to your creativity. And slowly, slowly, we keep breathing exactly the same way. Please bring your awareness into your forehead. Allow yourself to breathe deeply and release all the tension from your forehead, all the tension from your cheeks, from your chin, from your jaw. Keep breathing. Allow yourself to scan your body and to release all the tensions from your shoulders, from your chest, from your belly. Relax your belly. From your hips, from your spine, from your arms and hands, from your legs and feet. Allow yourself to imagine that you're breathing in with white light into your body. With each breath, our cells are taking everything what's needed, and with each exhalation, they release everything what does not serve them anymore. Allow yourself to connect to this idea. Allow yourself to trust your intuition today. Allow yourself to unfold the unlimited power of your creativity today. Maybe connecting to your inner child, maybe connecting to your creative, beautiful being. Allow yourself to feel powerful to create and express yourself in any way it comes today. Allow yourself to be inspired by yourself through your movements with your hands, through your own expression. And slowly we are bringing our awareness into our third eye or middle of our forehead, center of our forehead focus point. And we start breathing there. We start breathing between our eyebrows. Center of our intuition. In yoga, it's sixth chakra, seed of intuition. And allow yourself to feel what is there at the moment. What sensations are rising in this area? Maybe you feel heat there. Maybe you feel some tingling sensations. Maybe you see some color vibrating in this area. Or maybe nothing, and that's okay as well. Just allow yourself to keep breathing into this area, connecting to your own center of intuition, your own jewel and diamond of expression, your own inner knowing. And we'll stay here for another 8 deep breaths, feeling connection to your heart, feeling connection to your forehead, feeling still connection to your belly, observing your breath. Allow yourself to experience this moment fully, embracing it fully, breathing into your body with love and kindness, respect and appreciation. Breathing into your heart and trusting your heart to show something through your creative practice today. There are many practices to come, many conversations to come. Allow yourself to trust your heart to take what is needed and to express the way it wants to be expressed. And slowly, slowly, I'm inviting you to imagine that you are standing barefoot on a beautiful grass in a beautiful field with very colorful flowers. And you feel relaxed and free. And imagine that slowly, slowly you're walking along the path and the day is nice and warm and the sunshine is hugging you in a way with its light and love. You walk slowly and gently, enjoying this beautiful grass under your feet, soft and gentle. And slowly you come to the special place and you bring your eyes up and you see a beautiful, gorgeous tree. And this tree has all the possible fruits that your imagination can imagine. And you know that you can co create with this tree. That whatever your intuition tells you to imagine, the tree gives birth to it, to any fruits you like, to any leaves in any shape, any colors. Allow yourself here to take a moment and imagine this, your own creativity tree. Look at its roots, how the branches look like, what colors does it have, what fruits are growing on this tree. Imagine that you have a special connection to this tree. Wherever you want to create, you see it directly on this tree. Maybe special birds live on it, maybe nests, maybe it has a special light. How does it smell? How does it look? And imagine that you take a step forward and you're hugging this tree. Allow yourself to feel this beautiful connection to your creative tree, to your own creativity, and enjoying all the fruits it gives, all the fruits that you create and share with this tree. We'll take 8 deep breaths together here, hugging your own tree of creativity, your own tree of inspiration. Knowing that everything is possible. Feeling free to create. Take a deep, deep breath. Exhale. And one more time. Inhale. Exhale. Express gratitude to this tree for this beautiful experience and exchange you just have experienced. Knowing that it's always there for you. Your place of power, your place of creativity, your place of inner knowing. And slowly bring your awareness into your heart, knowing that this tree lives in your heart and will live there always. And that this creativity tree and you is one. Bringing both hands on your heart, taking 3 deep breaths here. And gently, gently, we are bringing both of our hands into our praying position in front of our heart, taking deep breath for clear and loving intentions. 1 breath here. Bringing your hands towards your forehead to remind us to have clear and loving thoughts and trusting your own intuition. 1 breath here. And bringing your hands towards your lips, allowing yourself and reminding yourself to express yourself kindly, lovingly, freely. 1 breath here. Thank you for joining me today. Once you're ready, you can slowly, slowly open your eyes. Thank you. I'm grateful to you for trusting me to be your guide for this short journey. And I wish you a wonderful, wonderful summit with great experiences. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alisa Poplavskaya, for doing this meditation session. I'm just coming back from my journey with you. I feel feeling so much more relaxed, centered, and more creative with a clear mind. Thank you so much. I'm all ready for the Create Summit, and I hope so are our dear guests and viewers. And I really loved what you said about trusting your heart to take whatever is needed from the summit and to express it the way it wants to be expressed. Thank you. We're just taking a very short break, and we'll be back at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time for our first panel on the healing power of art. Please do subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on social media, and also follow Alisa Poplavskaya for her wonderful creativity and meditation sessions. Thank you very much. We'll go on a short break now. Thank you, Alisa. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll also start the recording of this session. So we have it all ready for. Okay, so we're live. Yes, we're live. All right, thank you so much for being here. Hello and welcome to the first virtual Create Summit, which is envisioned as a forum for the world's leading thinkers on human art, creativity, and technology. My name is Lara Campbell, and I'm a founder of Artists&Angels, a startup community focusing on arts and creativity. We are organizing this Create Summit together with Veronica Sabag and United Voices for Peace, an organization that we'll talk briefly about just in a few moments. And welcome to our first panel of the day dedicated to the healing power of art, how art can help us heal in terms of us, our businesses, our community, our society. We have some amazing speakers joining us here today, whom we very much look forward to meeting in this discussion on the healing power of art. There will be time for answers, for questions. So if our guests on live stream have any questions, please add them to the chat and we'll try to address them at the end of the panel. But before we go into introductions of our amazing speakers, I would like to introduce you our wonderful host of this panel, Miss Veronica Sabag.
Hello, Veronica.
Hello. Good morning.
Veronica is the founder and the chair of United Voices for Peace and a fellow of Vital Voices Engage Global program investing in women political leaders. Veronica is joining us from New York today. She's a global citizen with a multicultural background, a lifelong international experience, and a passion for music. Veronica has served the European Union in different positions for over 20 years, including the European mission in the United Nations in New York. And she also founded the NGO United Voices for Peace, fostering a universal culture of peace through music and arts. And I'm so grateful and excited to have Veronica co-host our summit today and be the host of this wonderful panel. And Veronica, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us and thank you for all your support. And now I just give the floor over to you. Good morning, good day, good afternoon.
Good morning. Your microphone, Veronica.
Veronica, your microphone needs to be on.
So before we go in, I wonder if there is a problem with the sound. Do you hear an echo?
Yeah, we hear you.
We do have a little bit of echo.
We hear you well.
If we can double check, why are we hearing this echo? Now, okay, good morning. Exactly.
Good morning.
Okay.
So good morning, everyone. Greetings from New York. I'm really humble and honored to be moderating this wonderful panel. And I'm sorry, there is just a sound check. If we can double check,
I can hear you well. I don't hear an
I can
echo.
hear you very well. Yes.
because
Yes.
I hear an echo. Do you hear an echo?
No.
No.
Then it is
It's just on
my
your side.
computer. Let me just.
Maybe probably need to turn the volume down a little bit.
Or mute the YouTube video.
This is it. Sorry, I'm very sorry for that.
You can just exit the YouTube video and that will help.
Let me.
Wow.
We lost her.
Yeah, Veronica will reconnect shortly. It probably happens if we're watching us on live stream on YouTube, then that probably happens.
Yeah.
It happened to me too.
Technology always plays tricks on you, so it's okay.
Veronica is back.
Yeah.
Yes, wonderful.
Now.
Okay.
Yes, now. Okay, let's start again.
Let's start again.
So thank you. It was indeed the echo of my YouTube channel, so I'm sorry, I'm very sorry for that. So greetings from New York again. Thank you, Lara, for this opportunity to co-host this wonderful summit that you're putting together, and to host this amazing panel with these also speakers that will share their incredible experience in the field of the healing power of the arts at different levels. So as you said, I mean, my name is Veronica Sabag. I'm the founder and chair of the organization called United Voices for Peace. We work at the intersection of culture and diplomacy, and often amplifying the voices of underrepresented artists in spaces that are pretty unusual sometimes, which are related to diplomatic projects. So, but before we explain, and I explain our deep experience in this field, this organization was created now 5 years ago. We have more than 20 projects going on and several collaborations with a different range of artists, as I said, underrepresented in general. So be it refugees or women in conflict or women of a certain age, or as I said, the refugees or member of minority groups. Before I explain the different experience, which made us a very strong advocate for the powers of the arts in different fields and levels, not only mental health, which is definitely a very important topic, but we are very strong advocates of the power of the arts in general. And before doing that, I would love that the members of the panel introduce themselves, because we have here, as I said, an amazing array of experience around the table. So please go ahead and introduce yourselves. We can start, Nima, maybe. I see the images on the screen. We can go.
Sounds good. All right. My name is Nima Yazdani. I'm the co-founder of Sada One, an online healthy habit building platform. I'm also a videographer and a dancer. Through my company and my skills, my goal is to create a better online experience. In today's online world, everything is in 7-minute attention grabbing timeframes. So my company's goal is to create content that's calm, peaceful, and has serenity.
Thank you.
Lovely.
Tatiana.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, sir. Maybe Tatiana?
I'm Tatiana Zalan, Dr. Tatiana Zalan. I'm a professor at the American University in Dubai. Well, we're currently based in Dubai, but originally Russian, moved to Australia, so Australian citizen right now. I'm co-founder of Vernissage, which is a digital art gallery, and maybe Richard can talk a little bit more about it because he's the CEO, so he's in the floor for that. I think I've been always interested in art, and as you can see here, I left this background because this is just proof that I'm indeed interested in art, and collect art as well. And since recently, I've been more interested in digital art as well. And it's really useful, would be very useful to explore if possible. And I don't know the answer to this question, whether an NFT digital art can have the same healing effect or the same effect on people, generally speaking, on their mental, on the mental health. I also host a show which is called The Fringe, which is dedicated to the future of technology, science, art, and society more generally. So you can probably watch a few shows if you're interested in understanding what Web3 is or metaverse, what are the current problems, and of course about art too. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard?
So maybe I can just
yes,
continue.
I'm following the screen order here.
Following this, yeah. My name is Richard Zalan. As Tatiana mentioned, we're sitting in the 2 different rooms at the moment. and not to cross feed each other in microphones. I was born in Poland and migrated to Australia very early in 86, 7, I believe. And I became a structural designer that I would like to have opportunity to maybe to explain later how it actually art or creativity helped me with dealing when we moved to Dubai. So we actually moved to Dubai. Yes, it's real experience. Yes, so I'll be very happy to share it with you. And at the moment, we're building the art gallery that we focus on emerging artists. Is a Middle East artist, which we find extremely interesting and actually very different. But it will be a global platform, and we'll be using a NFT for this platform, but with the focus and what I would like
I wonder if we miss it. Yes, if there is a problem.
I think there is a problem here. Yes.
Yes.
Let me, maybe if we get together in one room,
Yes.
maybe it will be easy because everything is fine here.
Did I go okay? Did I go okay or disappear?
No.
Disappeared a little bit.
Here.
You need to join Tatiana in the same room.
Yeah, come here.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh gosh.
It'll be a magic trick.
Okay.
Switch off everything. Switch off everything.
Right. I'll go out of here. I'll join. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And probably just a very without trying to take the floor, but Richard was just about to say that it's a digital art gallery for emerging artists and artists who are particularly interested in art with social issues. And it's going to be not just an art gallery, but also a community for artists. So a social network will be a significant part of this platform.
Maybe that's sorry.
That's all.
Yes. Now you there, you double in the image.
Yeah.
It's perfect. It's perfect to see you together. So Sky, maybe you can introduce yourself.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me. And Laura, thank you for putting this together. I was a university professor teaching photography for over 30 years. I, about 10 years ago, started working on this film, Lives Well Lived. I was approaching 50 and looking for positive role models of aging and just not finding them, and had a grandmother who was approaching 100, who is still working out at the gym, who is amazing. And I thought, I need to find other people out there like my grandmother. And I spent the next 4 years interviewing 40 people with a collective life experience of 3,000 years that were 75 to 100. And put together a film called Lives Well Lived, which is now airing on PBS in the States. I also do a lot of intergenerational work, connecting generations through the film at universities and high schools. And I'm very pleased to announce that I was just awarded a fellowship by Co-Generate Innovation Fellows. I'm joining an impressive group of 14 other social entrepreneurs ranging in age from 25 or 27 to 75. The fellows bring together generations to achieve racial and environmental justice, empower immigrant communities, heal trauma, register young people to vote. That's what I'm doing. Reduce ageism and loneliness and so much more. So the power of storytelling to make a change is really where my wheelhouse is, in connecting generations.
And last but not least, Alisa, who's back from the meditation. Good morning.
Good evening from Berlin already,
Oh,
but
yes.
yes, good to see you, and I'm grateful for this opportunity to be here and to connect with each and every one of you. My name is Alisa Poplavska, and I'm founder of the Mandala Compass Healing Art School Berlin, where I am passing instruments for future healing artists or guides who are using mindfulness, psychology, and art therapy and combining it into one beautiful journey for people. I'm a spiritual artist as well. And since March, I am working together with Israel, Germany, which is a humanitarian organization which is providing psychosocial support for Ukrainian refugees at the moment. And from March 10th, I was working more than with 500 Ukrainian refugees on the Romanian-Ukrainian border and guiding mostly art activities for children and women, helping them to release stress, a little bit to understand where do they stand now and where do they go, literally where they go. And actually bond people through creativity and art. I believe it's a very powerful tool.
Beautiful, absolutely, yes. So we will definitely go deeper into this topic. I mean, only by the sound of your voice, I think that you've healed us all here in this room, and in the previous meditation, it's so beautiful to hear you speaking. So if you don't mind, we're going to go now, I mean, more deeply into your immense experience and extremely valuable for the topic. But before we go there, I would love to share this brief story of an old woman. I mean, I was about to start by other projects that United Voices for Peace did, but let me start, Sky, by this example of a woman. You said you were looking for grandmas. We had the honor to work with a Holocaust survivor that at the age of 90 years old decided to create a rock band to make her voice very loud and hear, yes. So we called her the death metal grandma. It was an amazing, amazing woman. Unfortunately, she passed away last year. And we had the immense privilege of working with her, of following her journey, echoing her voice through a documentary called Death Metal Grandma that I will definitely advise you to watch. And the documentary was filmed by a woman of 29 years old, a film director of 29 years old. So this is a very interesting intergenerational dialogue because we know that the topic of the Holocaust is not an easy one to tackle nowadays, but this definitely triggered the attention of the younger generations. And before she passed, Inge told us very much how much this project, how much being involved in music helped her not only to find her identity, to echo her voice, but also to heal, to feel useful, to reconciliate with the hard past by writing her experience, a bit sometimes with humor. Actually, she was facing death and the way the fears, she could assimilate all and confront all these fears by songwriter. She was always a songwriter. And then, as I said, at the end of her journey with us here in the Earth, she wrote these funny songs saying, okay, I'm waiting for you, death, I'm here, and I don't care, basically, I'm still here. And just an anecdote, we dropped an NFT when she passed away, for her to live forever in the blockchain. So is the death metal grandma.
Very good. Yes, yes.
Absolutely. So this is only one of the examples I wanted to share. I wanted to share our experience. I will invite everybody to visit our website. We have other projects using film, using dance, using other forms of art. But I would like to hear about your experience. So after the COVID, I think that at government level, which I've worked with, there was a huge and global acknowledgement of the collective power of the arts. We saw how the artistic community mobilize around the world to help us overcome the stress that was linked to the uncertainty of this terrible pandemic. So there have been, be it in these countries or in the United States, or at the level of UNESCO or other international organizations, definitely a huge recognition of the positive power of the arts in healing our collectivity and the impact it has in our health. And having said so, I will stop talking. I would love to hear your different experience. If you can then explain what is your experience in this field. We start with Nima again.
Sounds good. So I think, Laura, do you want to share the video on your end?
That's a lovely idea. Let me
Yeah.
have it ready, and I can do the screen sharing in a moment.
First, let me kind of give you a background of our company before you kind of see the video. So we're a platform that creates on-demand content, yoga, meditation, food classes. We channel that through YouTube and through Instagram, creating short ads on, not ads, but reels on Instagram, kind of getting the attention of people, making them more calm, giving them more better information than just scrolling endlessly. So that's kind of our mission, is to create healthy habits, especially through online where everyone keeps scrolling and scrolling. So we create a lot of on-demand, high-quality content for the world to enjoy, and then everything's available for free. But we offer services like personal training clients, and then we're getting into some products in the near future. So that's kind of a little bit of a background. And then Laura, I'll let you go ahead and share your screen.
I will do it right now. Okay. And can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Then I will turn up the volume and let you enjoy the trailer.
The volume's not coming through, I think, on my end.
Excuse me?
Correct.
The volume is not coming through on my end. I don't know if that's on everyone's.
Let's see.
No, there's no volume. No.
No,
There's no volume. Okay, Nima, then why don't you share your screen?
Okay.
I will give you sharing rights right now. And you should be able to share your screen.
Okay.
No.
1 second.
I think as an organizer, you need to allow to share probably.
Yeah, it's being shared.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you for your patience.
Mhm.
Okay, do you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah, we can see that.
Yes. Thank you.
Ellie here with CitaFlow. We're
Do you have volume?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Ellie here with CitaFlow. We're at beautiful Crissy Field in San Francisco. I've got a full body 20-minute Pilates workout for you today for flexibility. It'll help open you up.
Hi everyone, and welcome to our free 7-day series on the foundations of yoga. My name is Jacqueline, and we're here at Carmel Beach in California to start our 7-day yoga journey.
Hey guys, this is Jennifer with CitaSoul, and today we're going to make a special kale salad, which I am excited to tell you guys about. If you guys love kale salad as much as I do, then you're going to love this particular kale salad recipe with clean, wholesome ingredients that are a lot of fun with a lot of flavor and color pop.
So mind when I think of you sometime, and I want to spend some time with you. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Give me your attention, baby. Say I miss you.
Okay, that was just a short ad of kind of somewhat our content that we have. The full ones are on our website and everything. But you know, our goal is to create connect arts, which is chaotic, with a foundation of discipline as a company, and create habits for people.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. So now Tatiana and Richard together.
Well, I think probably Richard can share some of his own experience first. And
Yes, absolutely. As I mentioned, I was having a big, long career as in Australia as a structural designer, running my own business and being comfortable. And idea came, we're here, we're in Dubai, and I very quickly found out that I'm unemployable. I thought I arrived in construction paradise. That's what was my my domain. But I was unemployable simply because of no company would have paid certain amount, would have paid for my services, put it that way, when they have many other less experienced and from different countries, people working in a company. So for a man, it's rather depressing, especially at a certain age. You feel a little bit kind of as a lesser man. So there was a quite difficult at the beginning. And what happened actually, even in my design back in Australia, which is very rigid, very black and white, building cannot be in a gray area. It's either going to stand or going to collapse. However, in my line of work, it always required certain creativity. And it was missing. I was missing it. So I grabbed the camera, invested in a half-decent camera, and went to town, Dubai, and started taking pictures of people, faces. And I went to a very well known here, like a fish market, a souk with spices, and the gold market. It was extremely invigorating. And what I've realized over probably some time, I could actually see the clear path, what my next steps are going to be, what I'm going to do with myself. And things started to slowly fall into place. So I think this camera, I still have this camera, it's a big kind of tank. This camera actually saved my sanity in a way. So I can definitely say art does, or creativity does help you. Either you are when you're down, when you're depressed, when you're in moments of, it does help you. It does help you. Another maybe quick example, as I mentioned, we're building an art gallery for artists, digital art gallery, and we tend to meet many different interesting artists here. Just recently, maybe a month ago, I met a guy from LA with Vietnamese background, who arrived here in Dubai and was showing me his photography. And to me, it looked like a lava, ashes or something. And he said, no, these are macro photography of cigar and marijuana ashes in the ashtray. And it happened that he was a photographer. He liked photography back home. And during lockdowns, he could not get on the street, could not go anywhere. And so he found sort of this ashes. And when I started having conversations with him, what's with the ashes? I mean, there are so many other things we might find at home. And he said, I was wondering himself, he said, but he realized that what drew him to ashes is his childhood trauma. He was badly burned by boiling water. And his arm and skin is really disfigured, or kind of, well, it is disfigured. And he realized it draws him to these ashes, to this kind of source of pain. And now, apart from continuing his photography, he's also helping other burn victims, try to inspire them to be creative. And then he apparently running his podcasts and YouTube channel and talks about it. So I think it really does help. The thing is, on every day we might not even notice the creativity, but it's around us. But the moment when we really down, we search for it. So there must be something there because we look for it. So for inspiration or calmness, yeah. That's my experience.
Thank you. And Tatiana?
Well, it's not so much my experience, but I would like to give a couple of little stories about one particular art that nobody thinks about, and it's actually quite simple to do. It's embroidery, and it saved a lot of people's lives and their mental health as well. There was a famous embroiderer or cross-stitcher of German English origin, Louisa Purcell, and she was probably the first one to notice that if you introduce embroidery to people with PTSD, and that's after war or during war in military hospitals, that was during First World War, well, they become better. At first, when she started bringing hoops to this military hospital, everybody was, well, this crazy woman, what does she want? We're men, we're soldiers. But she convinced a couple of them, and they started to stitch. And the beauty of it was that these men were they were in the trenches, right? And they were really, traumatized. They didn't have very good motor skills. They lost some of that because of the fear of shaking and et cetera, et cetera. And embroidery, she noticed, and the surgeons noticed as well, that improved their motor skills tremendously. Wow. So, and the good thing about embroidery, and nobody probably thinks about it, you don't have to be very good at it. And every day you can make just 2 stitches, right? And still it signifies progress. It's kind of moving forward, and progress means kind of development as well. And it gives us hope. So definitely it's, at least at the individual level, it happens a lot.
Very good. Thank you very much. And we would like to hear afterwards also at the business level how this can help. But Sky, maybe you can share your experience.
I think, Laura, are you going to share the trailer?
Yes, let me try to share the trailer. Hope it works this time. So I have it already. So let's first test the sound. Can you hear?
No.
Okay, there is no sound. There is no sound. Sky, would you mind sharing on your part?
Sure. Give me a second to.
Yes, thank you for that. And sorry about this technical.
Make sure when you share your screen, there is a check mark at the bottom, share audio from computer. Make sure to check that before sharing your screen so it shares the audio.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't have it really handy, so I'll just tell you what it's about, and I'll put in the chat what the website is. But you know, as I mentioned before, I created this film where I interviewed 40 people, and what a gift it was to take that time to spend with people and to really talk to them. And through the pandemic, we've been doing virtual screenings, which has been bringing people together. I think one of the biggest things that came out of the pandemic was a sense of loneliness from a lot of different groups. And so one of the things that we did to connect generations was have joint screenings with students and older adults, and then connect those students to each other to interview older adults, and the older adults would interview them, and we'd have a big wrap party at the end of a quarter. So I worked with numerous universities and high schools across the country to make that happen. And we partnered with Senior Planet, which is part of AARP. They were kind of our umbrella within which we worked. And it was wonderful, because during a pandemic when we were all so isolated, what a gift to be able to give the 2 groups that were feeling the most isolated a connection point. And one of the most wonderful things that I heard from one of the students was that it was the first new friend he had made during the pandemic. And what a wonderful thing that was, that his first new friend was an older adult. We tend to stay very isolated in our little siloed generations. We don't tend to meet across generations often. And like any other stereotype or ism, it is, when you know somebody from that group, it's a little harder to have a stereotype or an ism about them. And we don't think necessarily about ageism being one of those stereotypes, but it certainly is. And let's face it, the one thing we all have in common is that we age every day, and we hope to grow old, because the alternative, it means that we're not around anymore. And so we are basically having a prejudice against our future self when we are ageist. And so to combat those stereotypes of ageism, I think it's wonderful to bring the generations together. It used to be that we lived together. I was lucky enough that I lived with my grandparents and even my great-grandmother. So I was connected to generations early on, but most people from my generation didn't have that. I was of the generation where people moved out to the suburbs and we didn't have a connection to an older adult in our lives. And so one of the things that we really are trying to do with the film is to continue to connect generations over time.
Sky, Nima can show your trailer right now, so he will screen share for us. Thank you. Thank you, Nima.
Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Is there sound?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
My definition of a life well lived.
That's a really interesting question.
I mean, I just lived my life one day at a time, and I did everything the way I thought I should do it. And I don't know what brought me this far. Only God knows. Maybe I still have something to do.
Life plays with you, doesn't it? You have to take it, and you have to battle it.
We all had to wear these around our necks from Vienna, and I was standing there trying to be very brave.
We were taken out of our homes, we had to leave everything, and we could only take what we could carry.
The whole civil rights movement was a big thing for me. I would be on the picket lines all the time.
An Indian chief once said, "You will be remembered by the tracks you leave behind."
The reason we had 9 kids is that I had an oversexed Italian wife who couldn't keep her hands off me. And since I never get headaches, I couldn't say no. My wife passed away 21 years ago. I am still married and always will be married.
My friends, they said, "Oh, I'm getting too old, I can't do this, I can't do that." And I said, "Oh, free with that. If you say I can't do it, then you won't be able to do it. Just go out and do it."
It's not your numerical age, it's your biological age. So think young, act young, feel young, forget the number.
Which is your good side?
I don't have a good side. They're all bad sides.
I'm actually having breakfast with him tomorrow.
So beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That was brilliant. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much
Very
for
nice
sharing
video.
this. Very nice, yes.
Thank you.
And Alisa, we're really impatient to hear your work and your experience.
I would like also to share a short video. And the interesting thing is that my life led me through creativity through different ways. So the video I will share with you now, it's meant to be for women, meant to be, yes. So I felt that when women come together and express emotions and express feelings and express their intuitive creativity, some magic is happening. And when we really tap into our intuition, we have so much knowledge actually, which is already stored in us. And some simple instruments like art pencils or clay can actually help us to communicate it. And for our lazy and very busy minds actually to see what is really there. So, but from March on, I'm dealing it with differently with Ukrainian refugees, because I think the goal is different. If my goal was before to bring women together or to guide sessions one-to-one and to share the tools that I found powerful, first of all, for myself, which helped me to realize many things and potentials within me, and to pass it on. From March on, those are the tools which are helping people to cry when it's needed, and to let go, to release, to become aware, and actually realize what's actually really happening. But for now, I'm sharing with you my first video, and maybe about the second part we will speak later if you feel like it.
There is no sound. Is that okay?
No sound?
No, if you
There-
want to
there
share
is no
the link in the chat, I can just share my screen.
That would be great.
Since Nima got everything figured out already.
Mm-hmm. One moment. Mm-hmm. So it's within on the website, so just scroll it a little bit if it's okay. Because the information is not so. Mm-hmm. It's there in the chat. Ah, no, I sent it to Lara. Whom should I send it?
Just to the chat.
Let me share it. I will share that. I shared it to everyone now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nima, you got it.
Yeah.
And at least it can guide you through to the correct video. Thank you.
It's just as the first video on the page. Mm-hmm. Perfect. Thank you.
Do you have audio?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Dear intuition, sorry for making you wait and choosing hundreds of other tasks over you. I will betray you no more. I feel you and I see you unfolding with joy. You heal my wounds through sacred healing arts. With each mandala I draw, you whisper messages into my ear. Help me release anxiety, bring harmony, and give me direction on my life compass. My inner journey of tapping into my healing power has begun, for me and for the highest good of the people I serve. Become a holistic art healer today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you.
thank you very much for this sharing. Wow, beautiful. Really, Thank you very much, everybody, for sharing so many insights about your experience and your feelings as well, and your thoughts on this important topic. We have just been informed by Lara that we have some questions from people watching. So I'm happy to take the first one that I see here in the chat. I don't know if there are others, but at least I have seen one on someone that is, let me read that, that is saying that she likes art, that, let me, try to read that precisely. So maybe you can read, Lara, for us.
Sure. I love art and feel really drawn to certain pieces, but I have no idea why. So if someone asked me what my taste in art is, I would have no idea what to say. How should I narrow down what I like so that I can seek it out better for myself?
So I will quickly, reply. My first intuitive answer is that, art speaks to your emotions and it is not really rational. So it awakes something that is in you. That would be my first intuitive answer. But of course, I'm happy to ask others to give their own answers.
Yeah, I would like to add on to that. So I would suggest that art is very different. So I would suggest dance. Try all of these and see which one is your preference of art. Dance, draw, meditate, do yoga. For everyone, art is different. Some is meditation is going to be art. Some is going to be dance, and some is just drawing something, being creative with colors. So I would say try in all these categories and then see what sticks with you. For example, for me, my meditation, my art is dancing. It's a place where I can be very creative. I can try new things, and then I can come back to business and take all that chaos and art and narrow it down to business and structure.
Thank you. Someone else wants to take also this question?
Well, maybe I can just add my photography experience. It wasn't just much as taking pictures, because when you take pictures, you take hundreds of pictures in one kind of visit to a place. You don't see these pictures until you come home. And what I found, what was very calming, and actually that's where my creativity started to boil, was doing the post-editing and playing with colors, playing with lights, playing with composition of the faces I took picture of. And often when you take a big picture, big shot, that face disappearing, there's a lot of noise. But when you focus on the face, this was my creative part. And I guess we can see creativity everywhere. We usually seek creativity when we're down. We're looking for some solution. But creativity is everywhere, actually, and you can do many things. I don't know, that photography kind of always stands out for me. Yeah.
Thank you. Maybe Sky or Alisa want to give a reply as well?
Somehow I feel very connected to what Nima just mentioned. And I found very interesting to combine things. So for example, if someone takes an opportunity to sketch, afterwards to journal, and just to start a simple phrase, my artwork tells me that, and just write one page wherever it comes. And it will open another day, another door towards your own creativity through journaling. And the same thing after yoga or after breath work or after meditation, to draw for 15 minutes, whatever feels right, just intuitive. And sometimes I'm telling, please draw as a 4 years old, because once we draw as 4 years old, we don't expect it. They don't expect anything. We just experience it and see, and allowing ourselves to be surprised. Yeah, so to open as many doors as possible, and then to feel which door resonates with you the most.
Totally agree. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with everyone, what everybody's already said. I think it's been well said already.
Thank you so much. And do we have other questions maybe?
We do. In fact, we have one question for Nima. What inspired Nima? And then the next one, maybe Nima can couple up on that. What is one unique way we can incorporate art into our day for healing? And then everybody else can answer.
Great questions. Well, what inspired me with my company Seta One was after the pandemic happened, I went to yoga studios and they were all closed out. So I was like, this is probably closed for everyone, and then no one could practice. And then I first started out creating live classes. I hired the best talent in the Bay Area, made live backgrounds, very nice backgrounds, great cameras. But I noticed a lot of the people that were watching, they wanted to pause the video, go and come back, and then the live didn't have that feature really well. So we instead decided to make everything on demand, pre-recorded. Instead, we added a lot more value and quality of audio and video, shooting stuff outdoors, being more creative with the content. And then before that, I used to also be a trainer. So I know that one of the challenges people have in their daily life is creating habits. It's not just starting something, but it's sticking to something. And that's one of the biggest challenges that everyone kind of faces, is getting started with something and continuing it and then creating progress with it. And then I combine everything, and then Seta One is kind of the result of all that. But regarding to adding art in your daily life, I would say we have a lot of content on healing. So there is sound healing, therapy, music sessions. We've done those, but we haven't released them yet. But we have a lot of content on meditation classes. I would say start your day with a 3-minute meditation and then journal after that how you feel. That's kind of one of the best ways to get art and your mind flowing with creativity afterwards.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. I don't know if somebody else, but we've heard a lot about so how much art is helping us as individuals. So as you said, to express our creativity, to find our voice, to build up our identity, to feel useful somehow. But I would suggest that as a final remark, we also discuss a little bit, and maybe I'm turning to Tatiana and Richard, how this can improve the quality of our business. What is the added value that we can add to your business efficiency or even economy? How this can help running your business, for instance, inserting these skills, these specific skills or specific traits of personality.
Okay, I think I can probably mention again, based on speaking to many young artists, there is still old school of using Instagram, where young artists put the portfolio on Instagram, and every time someone speaks to them, they show, oh, look at this. These are my whatever, art, photos, pictures, or something. And I've realized they've never been to real gallery. They've never seen art in any, proper physical form, whether it's a painting, whether it's a sculpture, whether it's anything. And they never realized that there's a connection. When you go to gallery and you see something, you feel connection or you don't feel connection. If you don't feel connection, you obviously move on. If you do, what in most cases, there is a certain story attached to this connection. And that's what makes you feel kind of wanting to not buy immediately. You can't go buy in Mona Lisa, okay? Because it's a great story. But this is the connection. And we are running our face-to-face meetings with artists. And we just trying to tell them, guys, give us a story, because everything has story. Anything you think about has a story, and that might improve your visibility. That might improve your potential finding your buyer or your collector, but gives us a story. However, you also know that many artists are rather kind of closed in, very introvert. So it might be very hard for them to do it publicly, but we're trying to build a tool now for them. Do it in your private home, just tell your story and send it to us. We will do it, the rest for you. So what I'm trying to say is a story. There's a story behind anything, whether it's artist story, whether it's been depicted, it's a story, whether how that piece of art came to life, it's a story. Anything has a story. Like I mentioned about this guy, Vietnamese guy, American, but the one who was burned with the boiling water. There's a normal story. And when I see his pictures now, his photos, they speak completely different to me. And people don't realize it. So story. Yeah, that's me.
Yes, expressing your own identity, definitely.
Yeah, that's true. I just want to maybe add to the previous question about how we can incorporate art into incorporate art to heal ourselves on a daily basis. And by the way, there is a huge area now in neuroscience called neuroaesthetics, which is kind of part of aesthetics, but also bringing neuroscience with aesthetics and art, generally speaking. So a lot of recommendations these days are not just based on hearsay, on kind of subjective reflection of, yes, it improves my life, but actually on how brain works. There are studies, fMRI and so on. And one of the interesting studies showed that actually the part of the brain that's responsible for enjoying art, and particularly visual art, like Monet, like Botticelli, well, it's also the same part of your brain that's responsible for love and dopamine, all these emotions. So when you're finding this connection, it's actually going to improve your well-being. It's going to make you feel ecstatic about things, make you feel in love, and what's really better than that. And for those of you who want something really, really simple on a daily basis to heal through art, and that's really playing with material which is playable, like dough, for example, and trying to create things out of that, because it's passing. You don't need to have any skills, and yet it relaxes you, it moves away your stress. That's scientifically proven. It's not just like something out of thin air. No.
Totally agree.
And I just want to add, one of the people in my film who had a profound effect on me, he said, look at the beauty around you. And so many times I have caught myself after that looking at my phone, and I'm in a beautiful place, and I think put the phone away and look at the beauty around you. So art doesn't mean that you have to make something or do something. It could be that you just appreciate your surroundings, and you appreciate the smell, you appreciate what you're seeing, the sound, the feel of the wind against your skin. Any of those things are art. And so I think just to expand the definition of what art is, that it doesn't have to be that you have to feel like you have to do something. It could just be a matter of taking a moment to appreciate and really look and really be in the moment.
It's true, actually. Absolutely, yes.
Wow.
I agree with you. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I mean, we've covered so much so far: the definition of art, the neuroscience, identity, hope, power, collective well-being. I think this has been really an extremely interesting discussion. I will just would like to ask Laura if there are any other questions, or maybe any other final remarks that you would like to make here.
We do have some, thank you so much, Veronica. We do have some more questions, but unfortunately we're running out of time for this first panel, but we'll definitely invite all viewers to send these questions to us so we can forward them to our speakers, or we can talk about them at our next Create Summit.
Exactly.
at a longer
Yes.
session on the healing power of art. And thank you so much, Veronica, for hosting this wonderful panel. Thank you so much, everyone, for participating in it. We couldn't imagine a more wonderful, productive discussion. Thank you all, Sky, Alisa, Tatiana, Richard, Nima, for your contributions. All of them are extremely valuable, and this wisdom will be harnessed and used in the manifesto, in the arts manifesto that we're putting together based on this summit. It's kind of, we're calling it the arts manifesto of the new age. And that we hope that you can contribute to by signing. You have already contributed to that. And dear guests of the Create Summit, dear esteemed visitors, thank you for your questions, for staying with us. Please continue staying with the Create Summit live stream. We have a workshop on neurographica art coming up right after that. Very exciting. And maybe I will give the floor back to Veronica for any final remarks for anyone who wants to share something or say something from our speakers. Please do. And thank you so much for being here, all of you.
Thank you, Lara, for that. I thank you all for sharing this interesting panel. I hope that we can meet very soon, as Lara said, maybe in a future, again, in another Create the Summit next year or even earlier, if Lara has the courage to repeat all these efforts. But thank you very much for joining us, to everybody. And well, let's, as we say, let's make art, not war.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so
Okay.
now you will be live in a few seconds.
Thank you. Thank you, Anastasia. Okay. Hello and welcome back to the first Virtual Create Summit, a forum on arts, creativity, and tech. We are very fortunate today not only to host some amazing speakers, but also to host a great workshop on neurographic art. And hello and welcome back to the first Virtual Create Summit, a forum on arts, creativity, and tech. We're very fortunate today not only to host some amazing speakers, but also a workshop on neurographic art. Until about 3 weeks ago, I didn't know what neurographic art was until our team member introduced me to this. And I found this so fascinating that we decided to invite a master of neurographic art, Tatiana Yu, to join our summit.
Hello.
Let me give a brief intro of Tatiana. Thank you so much for joining. First of all, I know you're joining from Taiwan and it is very late there right now.
Yeah.
So this is so amazing, and thank you so much for taking the time and doing this. And Tatiana is a master neurographic art teacher. She's an accomplished artist. She does a lot of workshops and presentation and basically explaining what neurographic art is. She is also an art teacher, wire wrapping designer, and children's psychologist and speech therapist. So many, and I see a wonderful artwork behind you. So perhaps you could tell us a little bit what neurographic art is before we dive into the presentation, into the workshop. And also let's tell the guests what they need to prepare in order to do the workshop.
Okay. Neurographica is a new method that actually can help you to transform your life. And this is very good, goes with your words behind you that transform your life through the art. Because neurographica, it's basically the method using art to transform your life. Why it's neuro? Because it's, I can show you the picture. It's look like this. And so actually it's look like neurons and they connect to each other. And basically it's based on the idea that our neural system in the body makes some kind of path, what we are comfortable with. And because drawing is very comfortable things for most of people, mostly, that it can help you to go smoothly through the process of creation of new neural paths with your drawing. It's like, you know, when your brain, when you watch maybe very good scary movie and later you, when you go home, you feel scared. Why? Because your brain actually doesn't understand where is the reality and where is not. So the same things is basically happening with neurographica when it's like a language which one is become visual, like on the paper. It's like you talk with the paper and you put your trouble or something you worry about or something on the paper, and after this you transform into a beautiful creation of art, and your brain see that transformation, understand there is no problem. And so the first is like the picture. You draw it, you watch it, you use your hand to work with this, and after this it's come to your head, transform your neural path inside, and after this you start to create it's like your mind start to answer to that call, and like you can easily find the way to deal with the things you was working on the paper before that. So, and people really say, wow, this is amazing. It seems like everything fell apart. Now, you know, now it's very popular when people say we are creators of our life. Basically, it's like this. And just neurographica help you really to create what you want. But first you have to have markers, you know. So basically when we draw neurographic, we use mostly markers like a thinner one. Okay, I will transfer my camera to paper. So this way you can see it very clear.
And Tatiana, just before we get started, thank you so much for this introduction. What would our participants need or viewers to be able to follow you if they wanted to draw with you?
They need a marker. Basically, it's like a thinner marker, or one marker is also okay. Mostly I use like a thinner marker. And after this, maybe like a thicker marker. I use one like a brush, but people just can use a marker which one is the thicker than the first one. And we also need color pens. Yeah, so just color pencils. So can be used, but if no color pencil, something can use to color. But color pencils is the best option to use because they work together with the markers. And if we want to, for example, it's like, as I said, is language, which one we are going to put on the paper. So we need a piece of paper, and here I have a A4 size paper, or even can be smaller. Yeah, can be smaller. And markers and pencils. I hope everybody have this, and so we can try to understand something belong to Neurographica. Okay, so first, very important things. Neurographica has very important things to know. It's like the line is one of them. It's called line of Piskaryov. Piskaryov is a professor who created that. And it's basically, you can say, neural line. And what is so special about this? Neural line is unpredictable, and it's flexible, and it goes where you are not expected it to go. It's a little bit difficult to understand what is this about, and I can just shortly explain you the things. For example, I will show you first which line is not neurographic line. Is like this. So why? Because it's sharp. Okay, so second one is like this. Why? Because it's almost flat. It's like very little bending inside. And for example, this kind of line has more bendings, but it's also, we cannot say it's neurographic line because it's like a stereotype. It's repeating itself. But neurographic line is very special because it's unpredictable. So it's like, you know, we have an ego inside our mind, and ego can control the things and not let things pass by into our mind. And this line can really go in. Why? Because it's unpredictable. It's like always changing the code. And so the ego just cannot control it, and it's going our mind and really works really well. So I'm showing you what does it mean. It's like it's changing the path all the time. It's like the line is dancing with the no rhyme. And so when you look in the nature, maybe you can see the outline of the sky or the clouds or the it's a nature line. So actually they have a principle of the nature things. Yeah, it's belong to the nature. It's a nature line. So it's very important, the line. And plus it gives you flexibility. For example, when you draw your picture, if you take the line like here, for example, you take the line into your hand, and when you pull it, so it has extra flexibility, and it's changing us. When by the line, we can say, oh, what the person who is drawing the picture, what kind of character he has, and what kind of things run in his mind. The line can actually explain that. The second thing's very important in Neurographica. It's a neurographical pattern. It's we call it round in the corners. It's, you know, for example, we draw some lines in our pictures and they cross each other. So for, you know, quite often I tell a joke about this. There is a god, he invites many animals and he said, okay, I want to share animals for beautiful one and for the smart one. And so the animals, they take two sides. But when the animals take two sides, there is a monkey in the middle. And the godson said, monkey, what happened? Why are you standing in the middle? And she said, oh, I don't know which side to take. I'm so smart and so beautiful. And so the things about the line, you know, we, for example, we draw lines and one line means, oh, I'm so something, you know, like I'm so smart. The other line saying, I'm so beautiful. Third line say, oh, I want this. This next line said, I want that. And they become argue with each other, you know. So what we do, we use pattern to make them work together because we make them in harmony with each other. How? First, I would like you to show you, we are making the corners like connections of the lines. They create a sharp corners. It's like we can say the conflict of something in our mind. And we draw each fragment of the picture once again. And when we draw it once again, when we go through the corner, we make it round. It's like we draw a little smile. It's like if you have a, for example, if I take and increase, like draw a big two lines, yeah, to show you. So you see, this is what I mean. Here I have 4 corners. And so what we will do is like we run through these parts again. And when we come to the corner here, we just run through the corner and make it like not, it's not sharp anymore. And after this, we do it again, but the other one. And so we do it again. And now the other one. And so we do it again and next one. And after this, we color this part. So now you understand why it's called neurographica, because this is look like a neuron. Because the neuron, if you try to find in the net and check what does mean neuron, yeah, and you can see some videos where it's the neuron, it has a body, and after this it has legs, and the legs can make new neural paths. It's like they found each other, they connect. And a long time ago, people say, oh, neurons, they cannot, if they disappear, so it means it's disappear. No, actually, they can reproduce themselves. It's like we have different kind of neurons. Some of them is like hard disk. If they die, they cannot be reproduced. But all others, they mostly can reproduce by our body again. And all neurons, they can untied and tied again. So it's like they broke the connection and they make a new one. And so neurographica can easily help a person to make a new connection and go with that. So for example, I want to explain you the neurographica is just like a language, and we have a very short time, and I will just show you an example of what neurographica is about. And today is the topic of our summit is create, yeah? And so we create our life, we are creators. And for example, I will make a little bit smaller size of my paper to be faster to show you. You may follow me, yeah, okay, and try your best. And also pay attention to your feeling. How do you feel when you draw it? Okay, and because your feeling is very important, sorry, I will make a little bit of Oh no, this one. I will make a little bit zoom. Yeah, okay. And so, for example, when you look at this, you say, you draw a shape of your creativity. You say, okay, this is my creativity. And you may follow me. And after this, you say, oh, this creativity is very small to me. I would like to be a creative person of my life. I can take, like, I want to take the control. And you say, okay, I would like my creativity grow. And so we just like speaking and we're drawing. And you say, oh, my creativity is growing, is growing, is growing. And it's really growing because it's was like this, and it's become growing, growing, and growing. Okay, for now, it's nothing to do with Neurographica. First, we do composition. Okay, composition of our speaking. And after this, you say, oh, I would like to open my creativity. You know, this is just like a leaf, like a bulb, yeah, of the flower. And now we are going to open that. And so you say, for real, you take a pencil and a marker and you say, oh, now I'm opening my creativity. Okay, this is my creativity and I opening that. And so this is like look like a flower. And you say, and after this you can say, okay, this is my creativity, and you may write the quality of creativity for you would like to have. You can say, oh, I want to be so rich, like, you know, rich in creation, like very easy. And you just write, you know, easy and light. And for example, you can say, oh, I want to be positive, positive, and always see positive things and be positive in creation, you know, and also active. For example, active for me is very important. I want to be active in creation, like I want to be really active to action, you know, to do something. For example, you can say, oh, action. Okay, and here come Neurographica. This is our creation, what we did right now. So you did some kind of drawing. This is your composition. And what it make it real is that line, neurographic line of Pavel Piskaryov, because it's very special. And this is like make you things alive. This composition now is gonna be like installation into your mind. It's like you are doing operation on your mind and brain. And so you say, this is gonna be true. And so we start to draw neurographic lines, which one goes through the lines we just draw with you. And we let them follow the way you like. There is kind of basically no rules. You draw the way you like, but they follow the composition we just did and draw. And so when we come to the straight line we just draw, we make neurographic line a little bit not so big range of the flexibility and waviness, you know, just a little bit smaller, but still a little bit wavy. And the lines go through each petal you draw, and it's come from beginning, it's like come to the edge of the paper. Why? It's important because paper usually represent us, and the edge of the paper represent the connection. And Neurographica has one very important principle. It says the paper has no edges. It's not like no limitations, because your brain continue to understand, the line is continue, keep going. And so the connection of the line to the edge of the paper is important, because it's like do connection of you to outside world. You know, by the drawing, actually, you quite often can understand a lot of people, they suffering because they think they are all alone. They are all alone in this life, and they try to control their life and make it better, but actually the picture quite often is disconnect by the age. It's because they try to like deal with their life all by themselves and using only their own power, like inner power. But actually there's a lot of resources and power outside providing for us to deal with things, you know, to help us. So basically, you see now my picture just in a few minutes full of lines, and they are wavy. And so this is like neurographic lines. It's what make my picture works and alive. But next step we have to work with, it's like we have to make it in harmony. We have to make it very comfortable to come to our mind. So how? It's what I just tell you about the we gonna round the corners, yeah, to make it harmony, to make each line work very well, connect very well with each other. It's like we'll draw a smile on the corner and make it very smoothly with each other. It's like each connection become the connection of the of your lines. And so you can see this is the picture and still look messy. But when you start to do these kind of things, it's like you notice, yeah, I run through each fragment again. I don't change the shape of the fragment, no, but what I do is like when I run through the corner, I make it round. And when it's a really little piece, I just color it. It's okay. And if you just don't draw, but you look at my picture, or even you draw with me, because I draw very fast, because I'm a instructor of neurographica and I do it for a long time. I do it every day. It's just like my life. I draw by myself. I draw with people to help them. And so I can do it really well. You can take your time. And especially if you do it the first time, or you never heard about these, it's okay. You just take your time and you can see the record afterwards and still follow this, you know? So we run through each fragment and we make it round. And you already can feel my picture become very stable and very smooth, and every line become working together. It's not like look mess of lines together. And so how it works, you know, it's like this kind of precision when you do in your picture. It's like you harmonize everything. And I can tell you, you can draw anything with neurographica. It's like a language. You can speak and you can draw. And you say, whatever you say, you can put on the paper. And after this, you make it all work together amazingly. And it's come to your mind. You will see in the end, it's like it's a beautiful creation, which one is gonna change your mind. Your brain is gonna believe, wow, it's a beautiful things. My creativity is really growth, and your mind will change. And quite often people notice that after drawing neurographica, they feel sleepy, they want to sleep. This is pretty normal things to do. Why? Because your brain actually asking recharge. You know, it's like installation of new programming. You install a new things in your mind. And usually when we install a big programming, like updating in the computer, what do? We shut down the computer, yeah, to make this updating run really well. So this is the things we neurographica do to us. It's like we install a new things in our mind. And so it's like quite often we can sleep over that, take a little rest, sleep for a while to run this installation successfully and well. And after that, sometimes when people, they draw about problem, or like we do today with you, we draw a picture about creativity. Maybe lately you can find something, you can notice, wow, I really find quickly thinking or the way to create something, or you may meet, you meet the right people, or you meet a right resource, you find maybe a right, I don't know, video information, a book, and all this is just like the universe start to have a conversation with you, and it's like it has a communication with you through the picture, but this is the ticket. It's like you draw a picture first. It's changing you, changing your mind, installing new programming. And so it's like you start to see other things. It's like you can see it, you can notice. And so this can really help you to deal with anything, because as I said, today we draw creativity, but actually you can draw anything. You can draw health things, health problem, relationship, any kind of problem or not problem. You want to improve something, you have no problem, but you would like to improve something. And so you can always put it on a paper and draw it. Okay, so you see, I'm done already with the rounding of corners. Yeah, and so my corners are round, and so you can feel and see my picture become very stable, and everything is in connection. And you can see the lines, they are like nature. They feel very comfortable to the mind. Why? Because they are belong to the nature. They are not straight. Yeah, and they can easily go into our mind, and our mind easily accept that picture. And so the next step, what we will do, we will color. Color represent the feelings, and we have to put the feelings into our picture. And the colors can be talkative. It's like you can ask, what color is my creativity for me? And you think, oh, my creativity for me is yellow, maybe, but for me it's green. And so I draw green, and my creativity grow. But actually you can color the way you like, intuitively. And so you just color simply. We don't mind to have a small things. We just color all together. And this color, it's connect the small things together. For example, this is the right book. This is the right person. This is the right place. This is the right time. And when you color one color together like a flow, it connect all together, and it become reality. It become like come into real life for you. And for example, you say, oh, this is like this. What about easy? What to be easy? Easy for me, you can say, oh, for me, easy, it's like to be pink. I think it's pink. And so you just color pink, and you color the petal of easy, or maybe you have your own name of your creativity, the quality, and you just color it, just color it. But please notice your colors follow the lines, they're not just color without any, like you color and your color goes like this. And here is just like straight line. No, the colors also goes together with the lines. You can color completely, or you can leave some white spaces. It's up to you. It's like, how do you feel? Sometimes you can increase some color to make it a little bit stronger, to make your picture like more talkative, more 3D. It's like, it's like more have inner side. So you can just press on your pencil a little bit stronger to increase the intensity of the color of the intensity, of the color. And for example, what is positive? What is for me to be positive. For me, it's like red color is passion. I love red color. You know, for me, it's a fire, and it's always easy to fire. Yes, and so action is also red. So my picture don't have a lot of colors, and it's only 3, you know, and I like red color. Red is active, it's passion, it's love. And for me, it's just like this, you know. So you see, it's so simple. It's just, I just color red color and green color and the pink color, but it's meaningful to me. And so it can be to you. You talk to yourself and you ask, oh, what is this color for me? What is this meaning for me? What color it can be? And this, what color it can be? And so you just answer, listen to yourself. Usually first 4 seconds, your mind give you the right answer. If you start to think, it's your ego start to talk and control you. Yeah, so basically listen to your inner side and be simple, trust yourself. And so we have a next step. Next step here is the field lines. It's like the connection of the God, you know, it's already in us, like the God is in us inside, it's our part. And so the field lines, I call them actually power lines. They empowered you. If you have a God by your side, if you believe the God is inside of you, you are overpowered. It's like you are co-creator of this world, you know, of your own life. And you know the God is always by your side. You're still the same person like any others, but you have more flexibility. I can say you are more durable. You can go through many things, you know, because the love is full. It's like you are full of love because God is love. It's all inside of you. So the field lines, they're already in our picture. You know, you can like close your eyes a little bit and look at your picture, and you can feel some lines. It's like a little bit stronger than the others. And so you took, why I say we need a thicker marker. We make them a little bit thicker. They only few, 1, 2, 3, you know, not a lot. Usually the field lines, there are not many of them. Depends on the problem, actually, on the picture you draw. When the problem is big, maybe you need a lot of support, and the lines you can see will be many. But basically, if usually it's like 2, 3 lines only. And so we increase them. But we have to remember, when they become thicker, we have to remember to also fix them, because they create sometimes a new sharp corners. And so we need to round them again, you know, round them again. And so we did round them. And so our picture now empowered, you know, by the field lines. It's like the God lines. They give us power and they fulfill our picture with extra power. You know, it's like I say, when the, you know, the Frankenstein, yeah, when the doctor create the monster, when he give the power of the lightning, and so it's like energized. So this is energize our picture. And we have a next step. We want to have a result of our picture, and the picture actually is having a conversation with us. And now when you look at your picture, you suddenly start to feel, wow, it's so interesting, but I feel, you know, here, I feel this line is creating a kind of a shape of the circle. What is that? This is, we call the result, you know? And so I make it more visible, like I use the power of the thicker line to emphasize it in my picture, and I make it clear. Of course, we understand, you know, my picture is become the circle is quite big, right? But for example, our eyes still understand. If I open, you know, it's like still can be bigger, but I still continue to draw like this. And so when we emphasize this maybe you have a smaller circle. It can be different, but it's like obvious. You can see the circle, you know, and it's like talking to you, you really feel it. Or maybe you can see triangle, or maybe you can see a square. You can emphasize it. You can make it really visible, standing out. But if you draw today the first time, I suggest you just choose the circle, because circle is a God shapes. It's a perfect. It's like have no any angles there, so we can accept easily, you know. And so this is my result, you know. And so result for my creativity, I just to be just to be positive and be active. And for me, you see, being easy and being like rich in creation is outside world, you know. It's outside waiting for me. I don't need that much, actually. I understand. You see, my picture talk to me and say, don't worry about being easy. Don't worry about to be rich in creation, because it's all outside. It's the world is full of that. When you need it, you just can't get it. But the point, what I need is I need to be active. If I'm not active, I cannot get any of that. It's waiting for me, you know. But what I need to be is to be positive and to be active, to be really have action, not to, you know, yes, today actually I was thinking about, I want to take a slogan for my life. It's like, do, if you speak, you do. If you don't do, don't speak. It's like we have to be active. We have to, you know, do what we say we want to do. Otherwise, it has no meaning. And so, you see, my picture is talking to me and saying, yes, you have to be active. And so I want to emphasize this, you know, because, okay, I can see the line, but can I really feel that circle? Maybe not. And so what I do, I ask myself, inside of that circle, I have green and I have red. And I ask myself, what color do I like more? And I say, I like red. And so I say, I want to be active. And I color everything on top of that, because I want to emphasize this result, the fixation shape. We call it fixation shape. It's like the result of your picture, you know. And this is my result. This is my result. It's like this picture installed in my mind, the activity I'm lack of. I have less activity. I'm sometimes talking a lot, but do less. I have a lot of good things, but it's all like a ships sinking in a Bermudas, you know, because I just think, but I never do things that much, you know. And that picture telling me, okay, be rich, be easy, be creative, but you have to do something. And so my picture telling me that, you know. And so now when I did that, you can really clearly see, wow, this is real circle. And you can see it and you can really understand, wow, this is here, right now, I got it. And you know, it's like magic. It's like when sometimes you see a magician's movies, you know, like Harry Potter or something like this. They are using their hands, you know, like they are gathering the energy. At first, you cannot see it. It's just line, it's just a mess and something. But in the end, when they put the energies all together and they become solid. And so our result and our picture is like a creation. It's like a solid result you got. It's like a magic, you know, like this. And so the result is here. But your picture may talk to you and telling you. And so, by the way, you can ask, oh, what color this? What this color means to me? Okay, what this means to me? What that means to me? And so if you listen silently to your mind and have inner side conversation, like intuition, you can really clearly understand what is your soul is talking to you from your inner side. You know, I want to get more greenish here to solid this outside world, because for me, this is my creation is need action, and this is outside world is ready for me, full of easy creation. It's like creativity is always, is everywhere. It's like you can see something and you understand, wow, this is the idea of doing something. This is this, and the world is interact with us by everything, by people, by vision, by sounds, by feeling, by smells, by everything. So you just look at this and it can be a signal of like creativity in your mind, you know? And so this is it. So of course, if you are the first time know what Neurographica is, you cannot get as fast as I do. Yeah, but anyway, you can see my picture and just follow the record in your own speed and achieve your picture. And please acknowledge your feeling by the way you are drawing, you know, and see your result. And if you feel some kind of sensation in your body or your emotions, it's pretty normal. It's like your body has sensitivity. It's talking to you and telling you, wow, this is have a big impact on you and your mind, and it's greatly work. If you don't have any feeling, you just feel great, it's also okay. If you feel uncomfortable, you feel very not happy, sometimes it's also some kind of restriction in our mind, in our body, saying, oh, what are you doing? So silly, it's crazy. And don't listen to that things, you know, just go through the limitations of your mind and try it. It's better to try than not. And when you try it and you go through and you think, you in the end, I'm sure you will find, wow, I feel so good. I feel so peaceful. I feel so great. And I like that picture so much, especially if you never draw anything like this and you are not artist at all, you know, and you don't have expectations to be an artist. You will like it. You say, wow, it's amazing. It's so good. It feels so great. And you will feel good. Yeah. And plus, it really can help you to deal with your things, with your problems, and with anything in your life. Thank you. So this is it.
Wow.
And I will transfer my camera to face to you. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you so much, Tatiana. This was so wonderful. And I have we asked our viewers to share their pictures. They're sharing them on live stream right now. And we asked them also to share them on our WhatsApp group. So we will share them with you to the results. This is so amazing. So I will definitely do that, you know, once again, like, you know, after our summit. I'm so curious. And this is a completely new way of, you know, it's kind of doing that as a child, you know, but in a completely different way now while being an adult, because also understanding these connections, this, you know, with the neurons, with our brain, with the creativity. And thank you so much for explaining that this is really so important, I think. And this is such a relaxing, on the one hand, activity, but at the same time, it requires so much concentration.
Yes, yes. This is like meditation, which one is a higher level, because it's really bring your eyes, your hands, your feelings all into that. It's like you are drawing and you concentrate on this, you know, you are your concentration. And so why it's life-changing transformation, because it's like higher level of meditation, because you use everything, all sensations.
Right. Thank you so much for this impactful workshop. I think you got another fan in myself, and I'm sure other viewers of our Create Summit. And everyone, please make sure to follow Tatiana and Neurographica Academy on social media. We'll post the links in our chat on YouTube. And our If you also like our live stream, please subscribe to our channel on YouTube, Artists and Angels. Follow us on social media. Stay tuned for further amazing workshops. And we hope to see Tatiana again at Create Summit, doing some other workshops. Thank you so much for joining. And stay tuned for our next session, next panel discussion at 10 a.m. that will be on the impact of creativity and art in our lives. Thank you so much. back to the first virtual Create Summit, a forum on arts, creativity, and tech. We are very fortunate today to host a very special panel, very special guests on how artists, and art forms drive creative thinking, human innovation, and change. As you may already know, as part of the summit outcome, we would like to start drafting the arts manifesto of the new age, basically post-pandemic, based on the results of our discussions, on the answers that our speakers gave, a forum on arts, creativity, and tech. We are very fortunate today to host a very special panel, very special guests on how artists, and art forms drive creative thinking, human innovation, and change. As you may already know, is anybody watching us on YouTube right now? Can you mute yourself, please?
I think it was me.
Okay, yeah. So if you watch us on YouTube at the same time, there is an echo. We had this issue with the previous panel, so just mute yourself. Thank you, Arnaldo. All right. Okay. So our guests are also welcome to contribute with questions. So dear viewers, if you have any questions for our speakers, please write them in the live stream chat. Then they will be transferred to us and we can ask our speakers them at the end of each panel. All right. To be honest, when I was preparing for this particular session, I was extremely humbled and just by the speakers that we have here today. It's really amazing. It's crazy. And I'm so humbled, blessed, and honored to see all of you here today, and so grateful that you could find the time to join. And I will just do a short intro of each just to begin with. Douglas Eager on, I won't say on my left or right because it will be different for everyone. Depends on how you view it. Is filmmaker, producer of Free to Rock documentary, author, a music producer, CEO at Eager Productions with more than 60, 70 years of experience, right? In art and art world, and joining us from New York. Thank you so much, Doug.
Well, thank you for inviting me. I'm not quite 60 or 70 years, but 50, how long is it? 56 years. So I've been.
Oh my God. And we are so honored and grateful that you could join us here. Thank you so much.
Likewise.
Then I would go over to Jasmine Solfagari, opera director, opera coach, renowned in the opera world internationally, both in Europe and in the United States, author of Opera Guide for Beginners, among other books, joining us from Berlin. Thank you and good evening, Jasmine.
Good evening, Laura, and everybody, all the spectators and participants. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Of course, and it's so nice to see your opera corner.
Yeah, it's my little Zoom corner. It's my little theater.
Wonderful, thank you. Francesco Attolini, an artist, art director, curator, entrepreneur, communication director at Vita Group, a restaurateur, a restaurant overmaker, right? Creative director. There are so many titles for you. A socialite, joining us from St. Petersburg. So nice to see you again, Francesco. Thank you for finding the time to join us.
Thank you to invite me. I'm very proud to be and to try to develop your new project. Very proud of this. Thank you, Lara.
Thank you, Francesco. Dr. Lakshmi Priya, founder and CEO at Pachyderm Tales, a storytelling narrative project transforming lives of many youths in India. Also publisher and artist and event manager. Thank you so much for joining us. I know it's very late for you, so thank you so much for joining us. Lakshmi.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, Lara. I'm humbled to be here with these people. You know, I saw their profile and I know how much they have achieved. Comparing them, I have achieved nothing. I'm really humbled to be here. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you for joining our Create Summit, our first virtual Create Summit. And last but not least, by far, Dr. Arnaldo Arancibia, head of engineering at Stoffel Systems, educator, entrepreneur, creator of many startups, joining us from Silicon Valley. Thank you so much, Arnaldo, for joining.
Sure, my pleasure to invite and share with such interesting group of artists and entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now you know, when I just did this short intro, now you may understand why I feel so humbled. And I know that 1 hour is definitely not enough, but at least we can get the discussion started. We can get the thoughts flowing. You know, we can use it to kind of transform the way, help transform other people, the way they think about art and creativity, especially in this, you know, post-pandemic where everything goes or went online or digital, right? And how we can help foster and manifest the change that's happening right now within art world. And I would actually like to open this panel by asking you, our esteemed speakers, one simple question. What is the meaning of art for you? It can be anything, right? And so given all this perspective, what is the meaning for you of art in your life? And I would go ahead and start maybe with Jasmine.
So perhaps to give you a little link to the summit you had just before the part, music was my first therapy in my life. So when I came with 6 years to Germany from my separated parents, my father is an Iranian, my mother is a German, and I came to Germany, I could really heal through music, I have to say. I could express suppressed feelings. And this was my first love, and it stays until today.
Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. Who wants to go next? Doug?
Art. To me, it's quite broad, whether it's a painter, a poet, a lyricist, a composer, a film director, a playwright, anyone involved in the arts. I see it as almost a spontaneous creative energy of an individual that he or she feels they need to express and share it with the world.
Thank you. It's so important. It's coming from you, especially coupling on our workshop on neurographic art, which is all about creation and expressing your creative energy. Thank you so much. Francesco?
It's a very difficult question. You know more or less what I think about it, but I will try to add something, maybe something spicy. You know that I wrote in many years ago manifesto about art. Was published in St. Petersburg, also with a big exhibition in a Rizzordi Foundation in 2013. So theoretically, I must know what is art, but after what's happened last, I can tell 5 years, I'm a little bit confused because, okay, art can be all, now can be also a meme in Facebook or a short video on YouTube or no significant NFT. So art now can be everything. But my opinion, art must be what really give to you an extremely big emotion. It's a mixture between beauty and useless and so on. So the most important question is not only what is art for you, but who is the artist today? What is the role of artist in this moment? And before I can tell you The artist, according to me, is just a person who can give emotion. But now I change my opinion, and I think that artists must solve the problem now, must be innovator. It is not more enough to give some beauty or be able to paint, be able to make a good design. For me, it's not enough. Artists must give more and must be the saver. Must be the must recognize all his power and try to not save the world, because alone is impossible. It's like utopia, but try to all the power and the talent and the work, of course, and passion to make something unique and not replicable. No, this is what I think, honestly. And if I want to be honest, I even will put out of my vocabulary the word art, because art is a word overused, and I start to don't like, and I feel me detached from this nomenclatura, this name, and I will try to use another name. So the question is to the other: do you have another name to the word art? Because I don't like it.
That's a great question. I think we can brainstorm if you have any ideas.
Yeah, for me, because everything now is art bar, art cafe, art public, art пространство, art is not. I can say it's not nice, because it's a very nice way to figure out, to explore the potential of everybody, but start to be again overused, and in my opinion we must try to find another way to not only to show but to give a name, like to put a post-it on the word art with another name, like a therapy, no? Would be nice, because if you wake up I don't know, if you don't know the word televisor, and you wake up and you see a post-it on televisor like a coffee machine, for you televisor is a coffee machine. So stop to use art, and we try to define this word with another way, another type of approach.
Being a linguist, I really appreciate this remark, Francesco. And I do feel this is very correct, especially if you're in the art scene and maybe you have used the word too much, right? It's like using the word love, you know, that it's kind of losing the meaning if you misuse that or use it too much in the incorrect sense. Thank you for bringing this to us and to this panel. And Lakshmi, what is the meaning of art to you?
I'm going to combine what everyone said here. For me, art is very generic. It's very personal. For me, I like the fluidity in art. I can get up in the morning, I can paint, and then, you know, I can quickly shift to music. You know, this genericness that art has is what defines me, it what defines my life. So I should use a word like spirituality here. In Tamil, we have this song that goes something like this. It says that Kadavulum Kandasamiyum Pesikolum Moli Padaldan. It means that, you know, a language the layman uses to speak to God is music. So that's how I feel it. You know, for me, art is the connection that you have. In Greek, we have republic, right? Like, you know, Plato's Republic. In Plato's Republic, he talks about, you know, allegory of cave and how philosophy is very important and how artists are twice removed from Republic. I feel that, philosophers and artists are one and the same. They have to be kept in same pedestal and looked upon. So this is my opinion of art. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing. And Arnaldo?
Yeah, I would like to give a more practical meaning of art coming from my background in engineering. So for me, it's basically every thought, emotion, every imagination, whatever you think in your brain or you feel, let's say in your soul, that you can make it reality, that you can make something that you can see, you can listen, you can touch, and of course, produce an emotion back. And I would like to extend not only like it's something human, it could also be in the nature, animals, something make art. I will give you just an example that some cats and dogs are now very popular in YouTube, just how they express their emotion themselves, or how the universe. Yesterday we saw a picture of the Hubble showing these three towers, the towers of creation of the supernova.
The pillars of creation. Yes, I saw that from
Yes.
NASA. Yes.
You see, that's pure art expressed in the universe. So I would like to extend, it's not only human, but it's the whole creation that express itself and make something real that you can feel with your sense.
Wonderful. Yeah. Thank you so much for this contribution. And just coupling on this, on what you just said, and this, I guess, will be addressed to everyone too. How do art and artists contribute to let's say two sides, your life in particular, how does it permeate your life? And the second, to your to maybe creative thinking in your business, at your work, whatever you do, and that would be, I would just ask Arnaldo again, since we'll just go backwards. And being an engineer, right, working in a very high-paced environment in Silicon Valley, contributing to many leading companies on technology. Do you have space for artistic creative thinking there?
Oh, definitely. So first, on your first question, in my life, I love to watch like classical arts. So one of my favorites is actually opera, and had seen most of them in different cities here in the States and also in Germany, precisely in Berlin, Munich, and enjoy it a lot. It's really calm, brings me peace, kind of disconnect from what I do every day, either business or work or networking, talking to other engineers in my field. But then how that influenced me, what I would say, what I take home from just sitting in a nice opera theater and listening a soprano singing or watching some ballet. I will say that it's always a source of inspiration, like each piece, I will, as Francesco say, overuse the word art. Each piece of art that can be just somebody dancing or even the scenography or the singing or the music makes you think something. You don't even realize, but sometimes you're watching a show and your mind is working behind while trying to solve a problem. It's always sometimes I say to my students, like most of the solutions I have found on my field have happened when I'm working in a park, biking, sitting in a bar, watching a show, but not actually when I'm on my office in the computer. That's completely interesting. And
totally agree.
Yeah. So and you never know. So it's kind of like you have, or how I feel myself. Like I have two kind of brains: the one that's interacting in life, sensing everything. So in this case, art. While my other brain is kind of processing that information subconsciously and trying to create things. So going for like some examples. So now I'm designing like system level architecture for electric aircraft. That's one of the current projects that we are working on. And talking about the different designs, the designs that are actually most agree or most accepted by the people are the ones that are actually beauty, that they show colors, they show symmetry, they show something, I don't know, chaotic, but at the same makes sense. And that kind of schematics that we call with basically engineering drawings, some of them are precisely are based in art. You know, when you go to an art gallery, you see a painting of some things, and then I used to inspire me, and then I create the electrical system of an aircraft, for example. So that is how art kind of influence and live in my day-to-day life and work.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing. May I ask the next one, who wants to go, Jasmine? Or
Yeah, I mean, I
I
find this very, very interesting, Arnaldo, because for me, it's like the opposite. Like if I was not good in physics and maths and all that kind of stuff, but if I see something technical which takes my interest, or if I, like some weeks ago, I sat in a lecture of law, because I have a son who studies law, and he said, this is quite interesting. If you are interested, it's open for everybody. Why don't you come? And this logical thinking and this coolness these scientists have, for me, is very relaxing. And I experience the same what you tell me when you go out of an opera, because I relax totally. I'm totally focused on something else. It's like if you play tennis and you just watch the yellow ball, and everything else is, you know, your mind calms down because you have to concentrate. And for me, it's the same thing. And besides, I would really appreciate if, like at school, we would more combine these things. I mean, the fields, like if you would, like in German schools, you would teach, like in the 8th German class, you teach like how to divide numbers, right? And if you would teach the same, the bars we have in music, if you would do this, so the kids who are musical would not feel so bad as I did when I had maths. I felt always apart. I was never good in that. And but if you would teach this like the same time, everybody would be like more in one boat. And a lot of these things, like physics we have on theater, on stages, how stages are constructed, or the history of lighting on stages is a history of physics, is very, very, or chemistry is so interesting. And I think we should combine these fields much more, and brings a lot of joy also, and energy, and a lot of energy.
Wow. Yeah. I fully agree. It's interesting also that it works on the opposite direction as well.
Oh yeah, it does. For me, I mean, I'm just talking about myself, of course.
Nice.
Thank you. Doug, how is it?
Interesting question. I'll have to address it personally.
Yes.
When I was a child, we got an early television and we had the radio, and both were so central to my life. And I was inspired greatly by the music I heard, the performers I saw, the films that I saw. I wanted to be an actor and a singer from the time I was 3-4 years old. And I continued with that inspiration throughout my teenage life, and I was acting and singing. And eventually I by a strange quirk of happenstance, I became a producer on the other side of the stage. And when I think back of all of the things I have produced in my life, one, they had to touch me greatly and inspire me, and that made me go forward and work on them, whether they were maybe other artists or producers would have passed on it because they didn't see a quick financial reimbursement. Me, I just stayed with it because of the project. And Then as I got older, I became fascinated and almost, I felt like I had to involve myself in projects that showed the power of art and culture to change society. And so many of the artists I worked with were social activists. And so whether it was the civil rights movement, the anti-war movement, so I got very involved with them because I felt they were doing more than just singing a song. They were touching people's hearts and minds and causing, I'll give an example. I managed a well-known social activist singer who, when she died, the New York Times said Odetta, the voice of the civil rights movement, dies at 77. And she sang at the March on Washington and so many special rallies around the world. And she sang songs that touched people, made them think, and made them active in the subject she was singing about. And I once asked her, I said, in all the civil rights marches you experienced, I said, if you didn't have those songs of empowerment, those songs that brought you all together, like We Shall Overcome as an example, and Blowing in the Wind, how much longer do you think the civil rights movement would have taken before laws started to change in America? And she thought for a minute. She said it would have been at least another decade. And to show how just marchers marching down the street, singing songs, how that affected society and caused change to where laws were changed. And so I guess that activism kept inspiring me and kept me working more on projects of that like.
Thank you, Doug, and thank you for sharing and touching upon art and cultural diplomacy as means for change. This is actually going to be my next question to you, and where I want to show also the trailer from your one of your masterpieces that really influenced the society, I think our society in a significant way. Thank you so much for bringing this up. However, before going in there, I'd still like to address this question about the art permeating your everyday life, contributing to creative thinking, to Francesco and Lakshmi. And Lakshmi, maybe I know you work with a lot of youth, and how does art help them, the youth, on this level, on a personal level, on a family level, on when they just start out into their life journey?
It is very personal. Like, I started with that statement, like art is very personal. For me, I had this, I should go with Jasmine here. I had this feeling that I was so different from childhood. Like, I wasn't able to pinpoint as in where I'm different. And most of the people around me thought I was mad. They thought I'm crazy. But then eventually when I grew up, I started understanding the difference was because I was able to connect with art. I was able to connect with music and, painting more than what I was able to connect with people. Like, I had absolutely no relationship with people as much as I had with fictional characters. When I started understanding that, I changed my way of communication. So if I have to communicate a sentence in a language, it would be very difficult for me. But if I have to communicate my view in through arts, it's very easy for me. So that's how personal art is for me. I do that for living now. What I do is I help people write, I help people create, I help people illustrate on everyday basis. So the circle around me is also, it's something that you do not feel when you are performing, or when you're working with arts is mental fatigue. Like, you do not get bored of it at all at any point in time. And there is this always eureka moment. Like, you're always constantly discovering something. Like, I discovered when Jasmine was saying about, all this integrating of physics, I was like, oh, there should have been, that should have been there in academics when I was a student. So there is always this happiness, jouissance around you when you're performing, when you're doing anything related to art. And I feel that is more essential now after post-COVID world, because I see a lot of students, I see how they have become and particularly in a country like India, where we live in joint families still. We do not have the separate rooming system. Like, my brother, until he was 15, he used to share a room with me. Now I know when you do not have this privacy, when you do not have a space of your own, art is a world that you can go into. You can just penetrate into, and then finish whatever you're doing and then come back. It's a world that's there right next to you. You just can move easily and in a very flexible way. This is one beauty of art. There can be thousands of people around you at the same time. You can just zone out and be in your zone. So art is very essential for mental health. That's what I think, particularly after COVID. Without art, we will not be able to go anywhere. I think most of us would have committed, suicide, or we would have been depressed if it is not for art. I saw that happening. I saw my students transforming during COVID. I saw them creating on an everyday basis, and only happiness that they had was that creation process. So that's what art means for me. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you so much. And Francesco, you're a creative director. You have made change in a lot of people's lives and a lot of spaces, right? So how does art contribute to your creative thinking? And I think I read on your website that your mother was an artist, right?
Hello, please charge now.
But not like a model, not an artist. Like
okay.
But I think that my family was important, but not because they was not against my creative attitude. But the question is also, I would like to answer straight to the question. I took inspiration from people and city, in particular from life of people and the need of people. This give me a big inspiration. And also my need, because I create a piece of art because I need to create this piece of art. And like a curator, of course, all situation change, because when I'm organizing an exhibition. I took inspiration only from the artist I take care, and for me it's very important because I need this like a vampire. So when I finish my creativity and I can't stop to make exhibition, I need to organize an exhibition. So I in a good way, I use the artist like a new life. I don't know if you catch this very, very delicate significant, but it's like this. You show my works, no?
Yes, I'm screen sharing right now.
For example, in this collection called Beauty Can Happen a Little Bit Later. I realized 16 or 70 paintings 3 installation, 1 video, and many other small like sticker and other things. But the most important, interesting part of this exhibition is, in my opinion, this painting. And in this painting, I took inspiration from contemporary life and old paintings. The old paintings I loved more when I was a student in Academy of Fine Art in Italy, also in Ruxel. And if you can open, for example, the first.
This one? Or that one?
Yes, is no, the first. You must click on.
Be here?
No, this is another project about the championate of. Okay.
Anything here?
Yes, you must click on the. No, this is another one. On the first. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Also this. You can. This is the same. You on plus. No. You must go on plus.
Okay, great.
Plus. Okay. For example, this is one of my favorite. It's called Mona Lisa Go Away. Yes, and not because it's my idea, but I think it's very interesting. And you can see the painting of Leonardo, one of the big genius in and not only the history of the art, but I think in the history of the world, under another point of view, because you don't see Mona Lisa, but your face, your eyes are concentrated on Panorama and on Ermellino, Ermine, this small alien creature. And if you go on first painting, there is the Dama, the woman, without her mind. So the first, yes. And this painting is called Dama without her mind. So your feel, your emotion, your eyes are concentrated on her hand, empty hand. So this is it's like a joke. Of course, I play with all the role and all the aesthetics of this crucial works of art, and all this collection works like this. Almost every paintings communicate each other with some new elements, the old elements, contemporary elements, and my eyes, like artist, it's every time later. No, it's because it's beauty can happen a little bit later, because every paintings we can see these paintings a little bit later. So this beauty can happen also a little bit later. In this case, without Mona Lisa, without her mind that come in Mona Lisa paintings, and so on. This is, yeah.
Thank you. And this project that you did?
Okay. You want to show also this is was realized especially for the Museum of World Cup in Russia in 2018. And it's really simple. I mixed together all together the most important form of all the football player, and for example, USA and Russia, Germany, Italia, Argentina, Brazil, and so on. So North Ireland and Ireland, North Korea, South Korea, and I don't know why, but this easy, simple project had a big success of public, media, also many football forms and the skis sold. So I can tell you that was a more pop project, very closer to pop football culture, no, very contemporary, I can say
Thank you, but also affected had some impact, especially in the sense of bringing nations together, probably bringing people together, right?
Yeah, absolutely. This again, I took inspiration from contemporary situation from my life, because I was a football player, so I love football. I did many art projects on football, but of course I don't want to monopolize all our speech. But even if I don't like the artist with every time political fight, or I don't know, I don't want to tell who, but it's not my favorite. I like artists that make a love message or peace message, but with strong and really interesting concept and object, of course, not only like simple painting. So you can dress this shirt, no? You can feel United States together Russia, no? This is the concept. You can dress and you can go to play football. So
precisely. Thank you so much and I think this is so important. Yeah.
Thanks to show some of my work. I'm like all artists, I think, in the world, we are very scared to show what we do. So it's you make like a surprise, no? Because I send to you, I tell, if you want, you can show, but you showed. It's perfect. Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Francesco. And as it's so important that you mentioned that art, also and the impact that it has, it had on people, especially when they realized, they saw the artwork of bringing the nations together here, in your case for the World Cup in 2018. I want to address that and actually show the trailer of the documentary film that Doug created and that I had the pleasure to watch in Berlin, Germany. So let me share my screen. That speaks precisely about that, the change, the impact of art and cultural diplomacy that it can have globally. Okay. And now.
Hi, this is Kiefer Sutherland. Free to Rock is a documentary presenting new evidence about how rock and roll and cultural diplomacy helped bring an end to the Cold War.
Rock and roll was the way to express their views in criticizing the government, demanding change.
It features American rockers that toured behind the Iron Curtain and Soviet rock musicians.
That's what led to the collapse of the USSR.
Please tune in.
Yeah, this is such a wonderful documentary that I had the pleasure to see. And Doug, I know that you worked with many American and Soviet artists back then. They were Soviet artists. So what moved you to put it in a movie, in a documentary?
Well, one, I had spent many years working in Europe. I also worked in the Soviet Union, working with the cultural ambassadors in America and the Ministry of Culture in Moscow, and bringing Soviet acts to America and bringing American acts to the Soviet Union. And then I talked to my best friend from when I went to college in France, who was an American singer musician. And then I lost touch with him. and for 30 some years. And then I found him on the internet, and we connected, and he told me that there had been a political agreement created between the Soviet Union and the US in 1973, I believe it was, where there had been a famine in the Soviet Union and they needed wheat. And so the deal that was made was we would send them wheat if they would allow Soviets who were of the Jewish religion, if they were allowed to move to Israel. And so what happened is and rock and roll was not accepted then. It was prohibited behind the Iron Curtain, and certainly in the Soviet Union. And so of the underground rockers who were risking their lives every day performing rock, those who were Jewish, they immediately applied to go to Israel. Those who were not Jewish, they married a Jewish woman. But what's interesting is they were all then put on a train to Vienna, where an Israeli officer would meet them, give them a passport, and fly them to Tel Aviv, except none of them really wanted to go to Israel. Their religion was rock music, not the Torah. And so they all ended up going to San Francisco because they heard that was the summer of love. And so my partner, Nick Binkley, who you met in Berlin, he got a loft where they could all live, and they would all rehearse, and they would all play their music. And they all told him, and he and I had majored in international politics, foreign relations at the university, and they all told him they were absolutely certain that the biggest reason for the collapse of the Soviet communism was rock and roll. Not the other Cold War issues, which the nuclear battle, the war in Afghanistan, whatever. They felt that rock and roll was the biggest reason. And so he tells me this, and of course, we had all heard different reasons, and nobody in America knew nothing about the power of rock and roll behind the Iron Curtain. And so we started investigating, and we got a film crew and flew to Latvia, where we found out that rock music entered the Soviet Union 10 years before Moscow, because Latvia was on the Baltic Sea, Riga, and they could get transmissions from Scandinavia and from the West, whereas the Soviets had erected 2,500 radio jamming stations around the Iron Curtain. So normally people behind the Iron Curtain couldn't hear this music. And so in Riga, that's where they started. And because they were an occupied country, an occupied nation in 1940, during World War II, they wanted to get rid of their Soviet occupiers. And so music, this rock and roll music, became their source of rebellion. And of course, I'm old enough to remember in America, when rock and roll hit America, the city council, the mayors, the ministers were trying to get rid of rock and roll in America. And many times they would say, this is a communist plot. And of course, then when I interviewed the KGB General Chief of Foreign Counterintelligence, Oleg Kalugin, he told me, he said, the KGB and the Kremlin were convinced that the CIA created rock and roll. So it's interesting how this organic piece of culture and music could change society. It changed society in America. It helped the terrible racism we had in American segregation. Music helped break that down. Rock and roll did. And it spread around the world. And so we said, well, let's try to see if we can make this believable, because we knew if we only had the rockers say that it caused this, nobody in America would believe the story, and we wouldn't get it shown on American television. And so the first person we interviewed, and he said he was in a high school orchestra. He was 15 years old, and they had a concert, and he prior to the concert, he told the bass player and the drummer, because he played keyboard, he said, I'm going to do a rock and roll song by Little Richard. And he performed Long Tall Sally, and he was kicked out of school, and he was never allowed to get a regular job in Latvia after that. But he kept performing underground. He was arrested a dozen times by the KGB. They threatened to kill his daughter. They killed his son, only because he was singing rock and roll. And mostly what he sang were Ricky Nelson songs, you know, like Justin Bieber. But the Kremlin was afraid of the influence he had over the young people. And so we said, my God, if the Kremlin was so afraid of this young teenager, we must have a story. So we kept going. And it was a 10-year project. And until we got our interview with Mikhail Gorbachev and our interview with Jimmy Carter, both who supported the thesis, we knew no one would believe the story. So it was a fascinating 10-year project. And so it was aired on PBS television in America in 2017, then one by one in countries in Europe and Japan, Israel, etc. And I did 3 tours of Europe, of which the first one was when I met you in Berlin, and probably 17 cities in Germany, showing the film and leading panel discussions discussing the power of music and culture to change societies.
Thank you so much, Doug, for sharing. And I know we could just spend the whole summit just talking about Free to Rock and its significance and the historical, scientific, almost exploration that you did with the movie, with this film, and any other of your projects. This would really need to be an entire Create Summit dedicated just to your activities, just like to any of our esteemed speakers here who have done so many contributions, so many achievements to the art world and to the society in general. And I know we have some questions from audience. The only thing is that we don't have a lot of time left, but I would like to ask one question to all of the panelists, and it would be about the major challenges that also came from the audience. And I think it's a nice roundup question to finish our discussion. What are the major challenges for our society right now, like post-pandemic, and how can art and artists help here? And I would like to address that to Jasmine to begin with.
Yeah, so that's of course, very difficult question, not only because it concerns post-pandemic. In my view, it's the communication. I mean, what Doug was talking about right now. I mean, let's take a lot of countries where people are not allowed to learn instruments. I'm talking about Iran, I'm talking about Afghanistan, where women are not allowed to stay on stages, to be on stages, where to play music, to play classical music and not folk music is a political statement, is already against the system, which makes it really hard. So I'm very much interested in these projects where, like, through technique, like there were orchestras built in Afghanistan, but of course hidden, and of course is not safe to play an instrument. So to to be in an art form can be very dangerous, and I think this has to change. And I'm really hoping that these changes can come, because music is like, I'm just talking about music. Of course, we talk also about paintings like Francesco and writing poetry, what Lakshmi was talking about, and also what Doug was talking about. But music is an international language you don't have to learn. And your emotions can evoke in a second, in a minute, even hidden, even what Doug said, or some conscious feelings can come up, and it is a way to heal. It is a way to express, and I think this is a huge challenge. And this goes too far now. But Francesco and Doug and I, we could also bring a lot of examples where it's really difficult now to play music, or from which country you come and where you conduct, where do you sing, which political opinion you have, and as a private person is a real big issue today. And I would not have thought when I was a student that this would be ever a point.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for saying that. And anyone else wants to answer this about how art and artists can help now with some issues in our society? Or because we all live in different places, so we all follow different sources of information, have
Yeah, I mean, one thing I was thinking when you mentioned challenge that our society is facing, just pop up on my mind the artificial intelligence. It's like now we are super technologized. We are using technology for everything, and maybe in the future, technology will do most of our common life jobs or common activities that, just like driving, just like making coffee, you know. I won't say there is an art behind driving, but actually it is, you know. This is because we have Formula One drivers, speed drivers, you know. So everything that normal activity you can do can actually be an art. But now, like, technology is taking that job, and then people is kind of lacking back and say, okay, what we could do? Machines are doing everything for us. And I will think that art may be the answer, you know, like people have to become more creative. People have to start using their imagination to create new kind of jobs, new kind of occupations, where machines are not involved, where technology is not involved, you know. And I also agree with what Jasmine and Doug says, like, now society, you know, the impacts of some political decisions are so big. You know, you can see how a war or disagreements can create maybe food problems in the other corner of the world, or energy or resources problem. I would say, like, art has to be like an instrument for communication, for union, where, you know, people can express and resolve any disagreement.
Thank you for sharing this. This is so important too. Francesco, if you want to add anything.
Yes, also very interesting question, and I'm totally agree with our colleagues. They say a lot, so it's very hard to add something really interesting. But okay, I can spend my cent and tell that we can help, artists can help world and the situation practically, in my opinion. Use art like marketing instrument to or promo instrument to convey a very impact message, for example. Moreover, me and our team, because also I have like, you know, a creative agency, we are very closer to all of the problems of all the world. So we try to have clients very closer to ecology and zero emissions. So, for example, I can't speak 1 second about hydro, this instrument system extremely important because try to use and to with this filter try to clean the water totally, and so you can save many plastic bottles. And so also we create a counter on the website that every people use this instrument save like 1,000, 2,000, 1 million, 2 million bottles, plastic bottles. So, and I have many examples so about about this theme. So we what we can do is try to do our best, in the term of art, like marketing instrument to again convey positive message and use our creativity to help big brand or also small brand. They have a good idea to save planet. So I know that it's very hard, but we try to choose these partners because alone it's very hard to do concretely something. We must do cooperation. In my opinion, it's because we are tonight with you to make cooperation, to share ideas, possible concrete ideas. So this is what I want to say.
Thank you so much. I don't know if Lakshmi and Doug have anything to add to this, or maybe any closing remarks from you.
I do actually have some. Doug, please go ahead.
No. Please, you finish, and then I'll speak.
I do actually have something to add. We were all talking about how so artist has to contribute to the society, but artists have always been avant-garde. They have always contributed their share, but artists are also a part of society. And I feel that we face more challenges in post-pandemic world than looking at it otherwise. There is this conception that artists are starving, they have to starve it for them to create good artwork. I think that has to change. That definitely has to change, and there is this distinction between discovered artists and mediocre artists. If you are discovered, if people know you, then it means that you are immediately a great artist. On the other hand, if you're not discovered, it naturally means you are a mediocre artist. Again, this distinction has to be broken down. We need more support, more motivation, less of nepotism, and I think more support for inclusion is also needed. And that would be my closing remark. Let's start seeing artists as a part of the society, and let's start to provide an economical system where they can work on their artwork on an everyday basis and then end up eating food in the end of the day. That's very important. And as foreigners, it's our duty to do it. We have to start some initiative towards that. Thank you for the time.
Thank you so much. And Doug, please.
I just wanted to, I was thinking of your last question, and there are three issues that have come to my mind the last few years that I see where art is getting involved. One, the world pandemic we all have experienced. In New York, it was quite severe, and statistics have shown that the degree of mental depression that people have dealt with during the pandemic, because they're closed in, the number of suicides increased 20% because of the pandemic. And I see that plays are being written, and musicals are being written, and songs are being written, and poems are being written, and books. So I think art is playing a strong role in that issue. Other issues, the world environmental climate change issue, which so many people are interested in. I've seen art and songs and documentaries being made on that issue, that artists are becoming very involved. And the third that we've noticed in the last 10 years is the world refugee issue. And again, songs are being written, and world organizations are using songs and are using theater to address that issue. And so I think these are just three issues that have come up that has affected people all over the world, and art is very involved, usually at a grassroots level, that is starting to come together and the people to try to address and help those issues.
I couldn't agree more, and I couldn't thank you enough for being here today, for sharing your thoughts on how artists, and art forms drive creative thinking, human innovation, and change. And we had, I think our panel was so wonderful. We had all different kind of artists here today. So grateful for that. And we address different kind of issues. And this is, of course, the tip of the iceberg to start talking about art and how it can help our society, how it can help us on many different levels, which we also talked today, right? But this is such a great start. This is also so important to showcase on many different levels for people to start appreciating or continue appreciating art more, especially as we transition still into more digitalized world, virtual reality, new forms of technology that will be combined with art. And I thank you so much for being here. I want to invite you to all to stay tuned with the Create Summit for our next panel that will actually focus on art and new technology. And also I want to invite everyone to subscribe to our YouTube channel on Artists and Angels for more amazing content from the Create Summit. Please stay tuned. Thank you so much, all our wonderful speakers, for being here today. Thank you, and have a great rest of your day. Stay tuned with the Create Summit.
Got it. Got it. Cool.
Awesome. Yeah. And Anastasia, I think we're all live now. Yes, we're all live now. I can confirm. And I'm so happy and to be here to welcome back all our viewers to the first Virtual Create Summit, a forum on arts, creativity, and tech. My name is Lara Campbell. I'm a founder of Artists&Angels, a startup that is building a platform where you can learn any and develop any kind of art and envelop your creativity. And you are welcome to follow us on social media, go to our website, sign up for any art you want to develop, learn more about our activities, and stay tuned with the Create Summit. And we're very fortunate today to have our hero keynote speaker, Ge Wang, Associate Professor at Stanford University Center for Computer Research in Music and Acoustics, co-founder of Smule, the designer of the Ocarina and Magic Piano apps for mobile phones. You're also architect of the Chuck audio programming language, the director of the Stanford Laptop Orchestra, and so on. The list goes on forever. So I'm so thrilled. I'm so excited to have you here today. And among other things, the author of Artful Design Technology in Search of the Sublime, a photo comic book, and I actually have a copy right here. That's awesome.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you for joining. Ge, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm really happy to be here, and thank you for having me. And thanks, hey everyone out there.
Thank you. I was lucky to have purchased this book at a conference in Silicon Valley 2019. It has become my true companion, the source of inspiration ever since. While I was, we were working on developing our startup, developing ideas, the concept, and building a prototype. And Ge, I've been meaning to ask you, what inspired you to choose the comic form for this book? That I've had this question since 2019, so maybe you can answer that.
Okay, well, first of all, I'm so honored that you've read the book. Not only that, it looks like you've sticky note, you made many notes. I'm so honored as an author. I'm really floored. Thank you for reading. And as for why it's a comic book, I grew up with reading comic books. Actually, when I was growing up in Beijing, where I was born and raised, and until I was 9, I would read the Adventures of Tintin, among other things. Kind of translated into Chinese and sold on these fairly inexpensive penny dreadfuls that you buy on the newspaper stands and the streets. But I was engrossed. Those stories have always stayed with me, as well as the kind of storytelling that's part of that. So it seemed like an interesting way to write a design book. And where in design, the medium, of course, pervades and modulates, and in many ways it almost exceeds the message. So in its power to actually shape communities and even societies. And so it seems like by experimenting with the medium, it was a different way to kind of talk about design.
That's certainly a very cool way. You're right. I bookmarked all the book with so many great ideas. And that's why I'm so excited to have you here today, to talk about the technology in search of the sublime, to talk about the art and tech. So the new kinds of, technology that's been developed and how they're being used by artists for artists in the society, how we can amalgamate art and tech. And I know, so we're first doing your presentation. I give the floor over to yours and then to you, and then we have a short break. And after that, Ge will join our panel discussion on art and tech together with other speakers. So I guess we're all ready, and I will give the floor over to Ge.
There you go. Thanks so much, Laura, and thanks everyone for joining. I'm just going to jump right in, and I will talk about artful design, technology in search of the sublime. And please do feel free to, in whatever streaming chat you have, feel free to comment or ask questions. And I believe the moderators will forward to Laura, and I'll also be able to see it then in Zoom chat. So please feel free to keep the conversation rolling. So that's me. And this is where I work. And that is Stanford University. And actually, my building which I work is in this picture. It's not what's pictured in the front, and that's Memorial Church. I work in that building under the chimneys way in the back of campus. And that is Stanford's Center for Computer Research in Music and Acoustics. It's abbreviated CCRMA, and it's sometimes pronounced Karma. And that's me in my office. In fact, that's actually where I am right now. And what is it that I do here? I make things. I'm a tool builder. I create things like programming languages for music, musical instruments, VR experiences, AI systems with humans in the loop, toys and games and other tools. So software has always been kind of my go-to craft and tool to build more tools. And I've been coding since college. And that was actually in the 90s. And I was a computer science major, but I was always interested also in the arts. And for me, it was really like it's music. It's also visuals. It's also just this idea of kind of human expression and why do we do it? What does it mean to do it well? And how do we build tools that enable ourselves and communities perhaps to actually be more artful and expressive? This is the aforementioned Chuck programming language. It's open source, is freely available. If you go to chuck.stanford.edu, you can begin downloading this and making your own computer music actually within minutes. And there are a lot of resources out there. So chuck.stanford.edu. And this is, and I'll say more about this later, but this is the Stanford Laptop Orchestra, which I direct. And this is also a lab, one of my labs here. It's the Stanford VR Design Lab. And I'll have more to say about that in about 20 minutes. But before I go into that, I want to give you just a bit more of who I am. And I think I exist day to day in these like different modes. For example, there's a mode that is very much all about technology. And in this mode, well, I work day in, day out with technology, mostly software, a lot of hardware, a lot of actually signal processing and acoustics. So, and a lot of just kind of the science, and I would say the art of engineering and tool building. Then I guess there's this other side of me, which is almost like kind of the opposite in some ways. It's like hiking, it's hiking. If tech is indoors mostly, and for me, and where I'm kind of in front of a computer all the time, this is in the great outdoors. And I actually do quite a bit of hiking nowadays. And actually, before COVID and before quarantine, I was like very, very much like just preferred sitting on the couch. I like to sit on the couch. I like to just play video games in a gaming chair. But after maybe a year and a half of quarantine, my partner, Madeline, says, we gotta go outside. And she somehow dislodged me from the gaming chair and the couch, and we went and did a lot of hiking. And last summer, we actually ended up doing the 210-mile John Muir Trail here in California in the High Sierra. And in fact, I have just 50 seconds video of a taste of what that's like. In fact, that's actually part of a 2-hour documentary on YouTube called On the Devil's Road, John Muir Trail. So if you, after this, if you're like, oh, I want to see what that's all about, please do check that out. But here's a taste of it.
And now for a taste of things to come.
slamming giant fucking piles of rocks.
Yeah. So, what do you think about that? In fact, it's pretty honest. I think anyone who's been on the trail, I think can relate. This was kind of the ultimate in like what someone called type 2 fun. Type 1 fun is like fun you're having and you realize you're having fun and you're like, this is so fun in the moment. Type 2 fun is like, well, you might be like really miserable in the moment. Like here, it's a lot of rocks. It's in the wilderness. You're high in the mountains. If you're not going up a mountain, you're probably going down a mountain with a lot of rocks and mosquitoes and everything else. But in the aggregate, it is so rewarding and it feels rewarding, but it's miserable in the moment. So type 2 fun is fun that you have kind of almost in retrospect. And this was that, and it's really kind of a transformative experience, but it also reminds me of this meme. Remember, not long ago, for those of us that were alive, like then, like 20 years ago, the internet was an escape from the real world. This is what you did to kind of forget about life for a while. Now life is kind of on the internet, more or less, and the real world is an escape from the internet. So as you can see, that even though this is not ostensibly about technology or art, this hiking side of me, it is very much part of who I am. And it's also something I juxtapose like side by side with all the technology that I work with. And I think this introduces a kind of perspective about why we do things and how much we should do things, and also what life, could be about, and what the mix. I think it asks the question, what's the right balance, the right mixture of tech and no tech and other things? Because you know what? On the trail, there's not a lot of tech. We have quite a bit of technology, to be honest, from the GPS to the fairly lightweight gear that we were able to procure. But relatively, it's pretty low tech. But life was good. And then another side of me is art, and art making. This is the Stanford Laptop Orchestra, and I write music. Also, I consider tool building itself to be a kind of art. And so for me, like this is a side that's really about expression, right? And expression, but also building tools that help to process our life. I think if you think of art as a tool, I think, and you ask, well, if it's a tool, what is it for? Maybe art is a kind of tool that helps us to really process what's happening to us in this life, right? And to process our relationship with one another. So there's a lot of ways we can think about that. And then there's, life, which I think is all of these things kind of added together. Sorry, I need to change my setting here real quick. Hopefully this will still work out. There we go. Life is all of these things, I think, is part of life, right? In whether it's tech, for me, it's hiking, it's also art, but they combine into this thing we call life. And for me, like all of that is part of the development of me as someone who designs. And so for me, life and design is not separate. There's not like a separate compartment where I be like, okay, well, now I'm living my life versus now I'm going to be doing design. And I think it's these kinds of, I guess, ruminations and philosophical thinkings, and frankly, a lot of coding and doing and thinking about the things we build that led me to write this aforementioned book, Artful Design, Technology in Search of the Sublime. And as Laura said, it's a comic book. All 488 pages of it. It's a photo comic book. And I think in the aggregate, I think what it's trying to do is basically pose and try to address, or at least begin to address, three questions. One question is, what is the nature of design? Right? If it's artful design, what is the nature of design? And the short answer I have for you there is that for me, everyone is a designer. You don't need design in your title. You don't even need to think of yourself as a designer. I think by virtue of being human, we all design. The anytime we intentionally shape the world around us with a purpose in mind, that I call design. And by that definition, I think every last one of us are designers. And if you think of it in a similar way, who among us is not some kind of architect for some version of the future, right? And it could be our own future, could be that of our friends or family or community. And for those of us that have the power to shape even beyond that, like, how do we want to design parts of our society, right? So nature of design, we all do it. It's an intentional shaping of the world by the definition I'm taking in artful design. And then I think the next question is, this is the artful question. This is one of the artful questions. What does it mean to design well, right? We can think about design, and often we think about design as like, well, it needs to serve a function. And then we need to be like, let's hope it doesn't do any harm. That's actually really important. But this is the other side of that coin is that, okay, yeah, hopefully we make things that serve the function, and hopefully we also make, in serving this function, we really are cognizant of the complexity of building tools for the human world. This question is related to that, and say, what does good look like? Third question: in this age of so much technology, and also, frankly, so much human discord, what does it mean to design ethically? So those are the three overarching questions for the book. So I want to now give you a demo of something I designed. This is Ocarina, and the way it works is, I'm going to go ahead and just play this for you. And it is an app for the phone. And I'm going to launch it right now. And the way you play it is you blow into the phone. And you can control pitch with the multi-touch on the screen. And you can play little ditties with this. For example, right? So that's Ocarina, and if you look at the design of Ocarina, it is not complex. In fact, it's quite simple. And I would actually say it's often in design, it's hard to make things simple and still have it be not simplistic, right? So this is always the challenge. In this case, we did land on a fairly simple design in that you don't actually see like the outer shell or casing of an ocarina. You just see the buttons that control pitch. The green waves are visualizations of your breath. When you blow into the microphone, which is, by the way, how this works, the software inside is basically doing signal processing on the audio signal that's coming through on the microphone. And that's going to control a sound synthesis model that's generating the sound. So the sound you're hearing in Ocarina is not pre-recorded. It's synthesized live and in real time and interactively on the device. But also in making this simple, it's also trying to make a different kind of statement, right? Because, well, usually how do we use the phone? Well, maybe like this or like that. But here it's like we're asking users to, hold their phone like a sandwich and blow into it. And I think that's a very physical thing, but also in this kind of simplicity, I think it's making the argument in the tool, without saying as much, that your phone isn't emulating an ocarina. By actually running this app, your phone has become a physical ocarina. And I think that changes the way you would think about using this thing. It changes about how you would use this thing. It changes the context in which you would use this thing. And as far as the signal processing, this is what it looks like. I'm not going to go into that here, but just to know that this is the sound. This is how we generate the sound in Ocarina, kind of internally. And I think there are a lot of questions we could ask. In fact, as tool builders, as creatives, as artists, we it's always a good idea to continually examine ourselves and the things we make, as in, like, what do we build? How did this thing really come about? For whom is this really for? And how does this affect not only behavior, but how, if people use this thing or engage with this thing enough, how does it change their pattern of life? These are all questions, I think, to continually contemplate, even as we're building, and maybe even especially after we've built the thing. So here's a question, you know, something like ocarina, like what is it even? Is it an instrument? Is it a toy? What makes something an instrument versus a toy? So maybe I'll leave this question now, you know, for y'all to think about, and feel free to put any, if you're thinking, into chat. There's no right answer here, really, and there's no wrong answer either. It's kind of how you think about it. So for those of you that are like, I think it's an instrument, maybe you're thinking it's an instrument because you can make music with it, but 2, it's controllable, and 3, you know, if you could get better at playing this thing through practice, maybe these are all things that I would say that would make it a kind of instrument. And those are all more or less true of ocarina. It's something that, because the sound is generated live, you can really learn to be expressive in your own way. You can learn to get better at playing this instrument. And but then, is it a toy or also a toy? For those of you that think, well, it's a toy in the sense that it's playful, that it doesn't need to serve like a purpose beyond just the experience of playing it, then maybe it's a toy. So it kind of depends. Maybe it's both, maybe it's one or the other, maybe it's neither, but it's a good question to think about. This is ocarina in gameplay mode. And as you can see, ocarina is really, it's really kind of not just a sound making thing, right? In the design of this thing, it's audio that's generated, it's real-time computer graphics, it's visuals. And there's a correspondence between what you hear and what you see. And thirdly, it's interactive, right? There's stuff you need to do to it, with it. There are things you need to interact with. So this is both audiovisual design as well as interaction design. But the hope is you kind of design a thing where these 3 different elements aren't separate, but rather contribute to a single unity, to a single thing. And that's the hope with this kind of design for something like ocarina. And by the way, as a gameplay mode, the circles that fall down the middle of the screen, these quadruplets, they're actually kind of hinting as to how you would play the next note. So in that, it's kind of like Guitar Hero or Rock Band. But the difference between this and between Ocarina and Guitar Hero is that the sound in Ocarina, as I said, is not pre-recorded, which means you have a lot of room for open expression. And if you're playing it this way, actually, there's no notion of a correct tempo. You get to go as fast or as slow as you want. You can also speed up or slow down if you want for expressive purposes. So, well, that's ocarina in gameplay mode. Now, there's another dimension to ocarina, and it is a social dimension. In the same app in ocarina, you can listen to other people blow into their phones from around the world. You know, who is that? Playing O Shenandoah from the East Coast. Or how about this? This is a Legend of Zelda from Indonesia. Who are these people? Well, the app is not designed to tell you. In fact, the app was designed to not tell you. Because, well, I guess the theory the curiosity here for the designer was that I think this changes the experience if you don't know, because if you don't know, it makes you wonder. And to wonder is actually it's part of the experience. Because you then begin to construct stories in your mind about who that might be. If you hear Legend of Zelda from Indonesia, or if you hear Final Countdown playing from Korea, you're like, oh, who is that? And why is that a traveler? Because there are no answers, you continue to ask the questions, and that becomes part of the experience, right? So sometimes actually like refraining from features can be, well, it will change the experience. And sometimes, I'm not saying it's better or worse, it's different. And knowing, and the other part is that you can have this notion of loving something you hear by hitting that love button at the top left, but there's no way to actually see how many people loved whatever is on the globe, right? These are just people blown to their phones from around the world. And, but it's like a one-way street. So knowing that people can't see how many people liked their performance, the only reason you would hit that love is because you simply love it. And it changes this kind of expectation and also the reason we might have for interacting with things on the globe, right? So in some sense, this is kind of an anonymous social network based on music. And if there's another, kind of question we could ask about this was, in fact, why was this thing designed? Like, if the first question is, what is it? The second question is, how did this come about? And why was it designed? Like, why was the thing even designed? And part of that, you can ask, who do we design it for? Well, to be very honest with you, nobody asked for this. And it solves no problems that exists. And this is true. It's kind of almost a confession I'm making. But it also, I think, says something about kind of what kind of a thing this is and really why was this designed. These are not the reasons this was designed. And that might seem strange, because if you think about design as, how we think about design in this day and age, it's like, yeah, design is here to solve a problem, and we should we should try to solve the right problem, but like design is basically providing a solution to a problem. But what if there's like no problem that exists? And why is that, why would you build this? And this is, it's not like we took a survey here and be like, hey, people, we're building an app. What should we build? And people are like, yeah, we need to blow into our phones. That's really missing in our lives, to play music. And we need to build and listen to other people around the world play music through this app. No, it did not happen that way. This is not what you might call need-based design. It was not designed because there was a clear and present need for it, but it was designed for a different reason. I would call this a kind of values-based design, in the sense that this is not designed out of clear and present need, but out of a deep belief in something. And in this case, the belief, the value, if you will, was the belief that music making does a person good. That's the value, right? And it is related, I suppose, to, you can say, a human need, but it's not so clear. It's not front of mind, right? It's not like there's a hole in the ground, we need to fill this, but this is more of a additive thing for the world, right? And so that was the intention. And values-based design is something that you can do once you realize what might be good, and you do your very best to bring something into the world that, and you're curious in how that would make things better, even if it doesn't solve a problem that's clear and present. And to be honest, I will say right here, like in artful design, the idea is that you do this synthesis of both. Design is forever kind of about needs and solving problems. And there's a kind of intrinsic element to it, something that is an end in itself, that I would call it's the values, the things that you really believe in. Because even if you don't think about doing design as values-based design, well, your values, for better or for worse, will come through anyway in the things you make. So in this sense, like I am thinking about tool building, which is more like design and engineering, but more like art, which is always about values, right? And it's complicated, but it's always about something that you care to really frame or pose questions about, and to give people a lens to think through, to see the world through. That's all part of this, what I would call values-based design. And here's a value for us, and it's about technology, right? And this is actually very much was in the, I guess, underlying philosophy of something like Ocarina. And it's this idea that technology should create calm, right? Mark Weiser, who rather famously coined this idea back in the 90s, he was the chief technology officer of Xerox PARC some 3 decades ago, which is actually that really kind of a legendary at this point research center that helped to really develop a lot of the personal computing paradigms that we now use and just kind of take almost for granted today of like, yeah, of course it should work that way. If this is how mouse and desktops and things could work. And so a lot of that technology, but also kind of thinking of how we could frame technology in our everyday lives through computing, much of it we are indebted to Xerox PARC, which is Xerox Palo Alto Research Center, and to its late CTO, Mark Weiser, who had this notion that computers could be invisible, be helping us. They don't need to be in our faces all the time. I mean, I think these things are in our faces all the time. So maybe that part has not come to pass, but the vision is still there. But also this idea that, it's a remarkable statement in that it's not saying technology, people, is going to solve all our problems or technology is going to create wealth, but rather, or maybe in addition, technology could and ought to create a kind of inner peace in our lives. And what if that was the role of technology, right? This is from a user comment left in the App Store for Ocarina back in 2009. I'll read it. This is my peace on Earth. I'm currently deployed on a rock. And hell on Earth is an everyday occurrence. The few nights may have often deeply engaged in this app globe feature that lets you hear everybody else in the world playing. It's the most calming art I've ever been introduced to. It brings the entire world together without politics or war. It is the exact opposite of my life. Deployed U.S. soldier. What do we make of this? Well, I can tell you as the designer, this was very incredibly humbling. Like we knew we're making a playful thing, a musical thing, a whimsical thing even, but to see that we may have brought maybe like a temporary moment of peace to someone in a very harrowing situation, that was something else, right? And this leads me to think about design in this way. And I think this is trying to answer this question of what makes design artful, right? We talk about artful design, but what makes design really artful? Well, I'd say good design is, at the end of the day, has to be useful. It enables us, but maybe we can go beyond. Great design, or maybe you can think of it as artful design, is something that understands us as human beings, as people, as communities, right? Maybe that is what it means for design to be artful. And this is not I don't think this is not a complex concept for any of us, because this kind of understanding I'm speaking of, I think we all know. Think about your favorite song, your favorite movie, your favorite interaction with another person. These are things that understand us. They get us. They understand something about who we are, who we were. They understand something about our relationship with another person, right? So I think, what if our tools, our technology similarly understood us as art does? And that, I think, is the question of, I think, in artful design. So this is the Artful Design Manifesto, which you'll find at the beginning of the book. And I'll read this for you. And I want you to think about not so much this particular manifesto or even artful design, but think about kind of how this relates to technology and tools and the way that you live and the parts of it that you wish could be different, right? So here it is. In our age of rapidly evolving technology and unyielding human restlessness and discord, design ought to be more than simply functional. It should be expressive, socially meaningful, and humanistic. Design should transcend the purely technological, encompass the human, and strive for the sublime. What is sublime design, you ask? Well, sublime design presents itself first and last as a useful thing, but nestled within that window of interaction lies the novel articulation of a thought, an idea, a reflection, an invisible truth that speaks to us, intimate yet universal, purposeful without necessity of purpose, that leaves us playful, understood, elevated. It is a transformation so subtle that it escapes our conscious grasp, that once experienced, like music, we would never want to be without again. Design should be artful. That is the manifesto. And I think in the context of how we are shaping technology, this is the space, this is to say we should design our technology, and maybe we should have always designed our technology such that in the same way we'd make art. And how would the world be different if we really were mindful about how we did that, right? And again, I do make kind of a distinction between what I would call design and what I might call art, is that, I think the difference is that design really does have to serve a kind of extrinsic purpose. It does need to think about needs, clear and present ones or other needs, whereas art is more abstract in kind of its purpose in that sense, in that it can exist for its own sake, right? But artful design in some ways kind of combine these two sides. And I think, this goes on to is a way to think about the tools in our lives. How do the tools, the experience of using the technology of this day and age on Earth 2022, how does that make you feel? And how do you want to feel, right? And what would be artful, what would like an artfully designed technology or tool, how do you want that to make you feel? Sometimes we think about design, we're like, well, it should be delightful, it should be joyful, and I agree with that, right? But I think this is about more than sparking joy, as much as I'm a huge fan of sparking joy. But I think I, for one, would love technology and the experience of engaging with technology, of using it, to make me feel included, safe, free to be myself, understood. What if that was kind of how we went about designing tools, no matter what purpose the tool might be, might serve? So laptop orchestra is this kind of thinking that pervades all the things we design and all the ways we kind of do the research, but also just design everything from toys to tools to games to VR experiences to products, right? So this is a laptop orchestra, which here at Stanford is basically an ensemble of laptops, but also humans and special hemispherical speaker arrays. Here we see Kelly actually performing with one of these speaker arrays on her lap. She's actually playing it in a kind of computer-based trumpet-like instrument. You can even see that she has her coat over half of the speaker as a kind of a trumpet mute. On her right hand is a game track controller that's able to sense the 3D location of her right hand, and she's controlling aspects of the instrument. Basically, it's actually a polyphonic instrument that she's controlling with the keyboard on the laptop. But the sound crucially comes from her through the speaker that's basically, like in this case, almost part of her. So a station in the laptop orchestra looks something like this then. It's a laptop sitting on an audio interface, sitting on a breakfast tray that came from IKEA, by the way. And we sit on meditation mats and pillows, and we have these hemispherical speaker arrays. And their job is to keep sound local to the instrument. And we, by the way, also build these out of IKEA salad bowls, 11-inch Blanda mat, in case you're curious. We drilled holes into them, put amplifiers in them, and put car speaker drivers, 4-inch car speaker drivers into these with 6 channels that are independently addressable within each of these speakers. And we set about going to write music for this. But before I move on, I want to say that by doing it this way, by kind of flipping the kind of computer music, the way that we typically hear computer music inside out, that is, we don't hear music in the laptop orchestra from like speakers or PA systems around us. We hear them from these point sources or approximations of point sources that each one will be paired to a human. And it's the idea that if we were to be in the same physical room and someone plays like a violin, right? The violin naturally doesn't come from speakers around the room. It comes from that person, from that artifact, from the violin. So this is both trying to use cutting edge technology that's, the computer, but pairing it with this very human, this very physical, very present, sonically present, and even intimate form of sound emanation. And that seemingly small difference actually has profound implications, because it would change immediately the way you would design an instrument. You would write music for an instrument. You would consider what it means to be an audience, right? It changes how you would play the instrument. It changes like everything. It's a butterfly effect from this one design difference and intention in making sound emanate from inside out. And we have premiered now more than 300 pieces for the laptop orchestra. In fact, if you go to, I'm going to put something in the Zoom chat, which I hope can be forwarded to the for everyone. slorp.stanford.edu. You can find the Stanford Laptop Orchestra, and also a second is laptopera.org. We're actually premiering a laptop orchestra opera in mid-November, November 11th, 12th, and 13th. And the laptop orchestra is really taking this idea and thinking about what kind of music can we make. So I'm going to play you just a little snippet from a piece called Twilight. And here we're using that same controller that's sensing the location of our hands. And here we're kind of have this gesture where we're sort of pulling sound out of the ground. And that was a laptop orchestra. Now for something completely different. This also has been used in the laptop orchestra. This is a laptop accordion. Yeah, and a good question here that might be in your mind is like, why? why a laptop accordion? This is kind of spiritual, like successor to something like the ocarina, in that this is a very everyday computing device used in an unconventional, playful way. And it's definitely not something anyone asked for. Or I don't think this serves any like needs that are absent in our world. But it's playful. It's a way to make music. It's a way to be expressive. And how does this work? It's the front side camera going into optical flow computer vision algorithm that's basically just getting a rough measure of how fast we're opening and closing the lid on the laptop. This is almost certainly bad for the hinge on your laptop screen, but such as research, I suppose. And sound is generated on the computer, right? It's already a computer, so we can just use it to make computer music. And then there's a VR lab. And every day in the VR lab looks something like this, where we are just experimenting with, here's a 2-person violin. Kyle is in VR. He's a 1-string violin. He's almost like the violin body. And I'm actually the bow. And I have a controller in my hand, and the faster I bow, the more energy is put into the system, for example. And we've developed tools like Tunity, which is Chuck, that's the computer music language for Unity. And that's the kind of this environment for creating high performance, graphics and interaction in games. And I want to show you something that my PhD student, Kung-Woo Kim, did. And this is, he made a musical city in which all the different elements kind of have a musical function. So you can turn on the lights on the building, and these control algorithmic generated processes. And there's an audiovisual correspondence here where whatever you hear, you also see, and vice versa. The Ferris wheel controls tempo. The faster it turns, the faster the music goes. And when things really get going, we are going to go to the moon. Let me go back here and show you that. And on the moon, there are rabbits. And these rabbits are making rice cake, and from their concoction comes a musical chord train. And this train is going to flow back through the city. How do you feel? That's my question to you in experiencing this. And by the way, this is an interactive thing, even though you're watching a recording of it, but it feels even different when you are, of course, playing it. UFOs come out of the sky, they're here to play music together. And at the end of the evening, everything peacefully turns off, the UFOs scatter, and we are ready for the next day. How does this make you feel? Well, there's no right answer to that. I can tell you that for me, it makes me feel like I want to live in a place that makes me feel like that. So to summarize and to really end this exploration of artful design, this final section, I do want to bring up a couple of questions, because we have to think about a couple of things. One, this idea that design is actually all about choices, right? It's a sequence, and sometimes a kind of a network of choices that I think must be thought about and thought through. And in this age of technology, that third question, what does it mean to design ethically, right? Is ethics of technology about, I don't know, doing no evil, as in do no harm? And is that the end? Is that really what ethics entail? Is that all it encompasses? Or does it also ask the question, how do we do good with it? And I would add that these two ideas are not the same. I would contend that there's a world of difference between do no harm, which is admittedly incredibly important and necessary, albeit very difficult, and proactively doing good, which I think, for better or for worse, would result in a vastly different outcome than do no evil. And maybe there's something that we can do in tandem, these two ideas. But this third question may well be the question, the ethical and aesthetic question of our age, as far as technology is concerned. How do we want to live with it? How do we want to live with our technologies? And that is an ethical question. I would say it's also an aesthetic question. And through our technologies, how do we want to live with one another? That, I think, it has been and will continue to be one of the questions for our species, especially now as we have more technology than we've ever had. So, artful design. If we believe any of this, then perhaps there has to be an artistic leap on the part of the designer that results from seeing and feeling the world at large. Designers are less problem solvers, more artists, philosophers, engineers, the useful things that understand us. And what if that was what it means to design? Not so much just let's figure out, let's go find problems to solve. No, this is like, yeah, you got to look, you got to try to find where needs are. At the same time, it's about being a kind of artist in everyday life and striving for kind of everyday poetry. And the way you do that is you feel the world at large, and you can ask it questions, but a lot of times the impetus is on you to also figure out what the world really wants from itself, because that's not an easy question. And this is the kind of thing that artists have always done, right? But this is like, what if our tools were made like we make art? So if this is true, then how we think about technology has to evolve. And how we educate ourselves need to evolve. Tomorrow's designer under this model, I think, has to be much more than a specialist, but a kind of technological artist, a moral ethical inventor, and a system designer who can contextualize what they make into the system, the context, the communities, and even societies for which it's been designed. So I think if I see a question, in my words, would you say the engineering, design, art merge? Yes, I actually absolutely am saying that. Is that not only do they merge, is that they should never have been taken apart. and I want to show you a way to think about that actually here. So I'm a teacher, and in higher education, we ask ourselves, what kind of a student do we want to educate? For example, here at Stanford, right? And as I said, I was a computer science undergrad. I'm a PhD in computer science, but my home appointment here at Stanford is in music. I have a courtesy appointment in computer science. So I'm kind of one of these citizens of no place, but also at the same time, I love computer science. I love music. I love the humanities. I love anthropology, sociology. I love media studies. I love history, philosophy, literature. I love drawing. All of these things I love. And so this question of what kind of a person do we want to educate, we usually like, well, we don't want a I-shaped person. Like the letter I is just depth. And as a computer scientist, I can tell you it's really possible. It's all too easy to just get zeroed in on one discipline. I mean, you can spend the next 10 lifetimes trying to catch up with just the machine learning literature, AI literature that's coming out in like a span of a week. And you might never finish. Like there's just so much stuff out there, but yet the narrowness of this is potentially detrimental. That's the belief. So we feel like maybe we should educate more like T-shaped people, right? You have depth and then you have breadth. In artful design, I have this notion of a pie-shaped person, where on one leg is disciplinary expertise. For me, that was computer science. On the other leg is domain expertise. But this top bar is what I would call aesthetic lenses. It's a philosophical, artistic, and moral lens that gives broader meaning and context in bridging the two legs. And this is why I think engineering, some call it design, art, the humanities, the social sciences, like these are things that not only should be put back together, but they like should never have been taken apart, right? These are things that just should always be done in, kind of together. So to end, I want to give you one final example. This is from our app, Sing, used to be called Glee Karaoke. And in 2011, in the wake of the earthquake and tsunami disaster in Japan, a woman reached out from Tokyo with a rendition of Lean On. Now,
Like Ocarina, you can listen to other people sing on the globe, but you can also choose to, in this app, add your voice in a +1 kind of a way. When she did this and invited the world to sing with her, 4,000 people joined in the span of weeks. This is what it sounds like at about 1,000 people. And, well, that's artful design in a nutshell, I suppose. And this is what begins and ends the book. Is this idea that what we make actually comes back to make us, to shape us as individuals and as communities. And knowing this, could we design better? And in a nutshell, this is what my students work on. It's designed to with the purpose of helping us to flourish as individuals, as communities, and and to ask better and better questions about what that even means. And for that, you need the engineering, you need the humanities, you need the social sciences, you need art. So this is Artful Design, and hit me up at artful.design. That's the URL, and we put that into chat. And also for those who are interested, here's a QR code you can scan that will take you there. And with this, I think we might be running a little behind on time, Laura, but we can either take a question or two here, and then maybe we can transition on to the panel where I'm also I guess I'm also on the panel, so we can also save some of the questions for there in the interest of time. Thank you so much, everyone, for having me.
Thank you so much for being here. And let's go over to the panel.
Okay, sounds good. So
true co-creators of their lives. And welcome to our final panel of the Create Summit on art and tech, where we want to discuss what's actually art tech. What is art and tech? What is arts and the new age? How do we combine the arts that exist with the new tech, the EdTech, AI, NFTs, Web 3.0, DeFi, Metaverse, and more? And how do we create our beautiful lives with that, right? How can we use these tools? And this and so many other questions that come up. This is such an exciting topic. I think this is also very unique what we're doing right here. And we're so lucky today, not only, we're so lucky today to host all of you amazing speakers from around the world. We have 6 participants joining from 4 different time zones.
Oh yeah.
And let me first introduce you to the co-host of this panel, who is Amin Khaladi, who's joined us from Spain, from Madrid, Spain. He's a Web 3.0 guru, architect, and metaverse business developer, currently working for Exclusible. And thank you so much, Amin, for joining. This is such a pleasure to have you as a co-host. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thank you very much, Lara, for having me. And thank you to all the panelists, great panelists that we have with us.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. And maybe we can get started. Amin and I were discussing the schedule, how it should go. And we thought maybe we can get started with a brief intro of everyone who's on the panel, to say, just introduce yourself, tell us what you do, and also say, what is art and tech for you? Like, what does it mean for you? And where we want to get started. Well, I already introduced Amin a little bit. Maybe, Amin, you can finish the introduction, say whatever else you think is important, and also say, what is art and tech for you?
Sure, yeah. For me, really, art and tech is, and my personal experience is where I am able to express myself, and I'm able to do it with a computer. So that's really, to me personally, where it becomes important, because, yeah, we know we have the different concept of artistry, and you can be using tools or not using tools at all. And in my case, like the use of computers is what makes it techy, And we can hear it like from Hannes and Fabio and Fatime as well.
Sure. Thanks, Amin and Lara. Hello, everyone. Hi.
Hello.
I'm from Hong Kong. So I'll give a little bit of introduction about myself. So I'm Hannes. I'm also known for my virtual ID as NFT Queen Asia, as you can see on my background avatar. Where the platform or the avatar is actually used as a form to educate and empower like corporates or mass about how they can utilize Web3 technology for monetization. So I give talks in schools, in corporates, in terms of what Web3 is, especially when Web3 is such an overwhelming subject. I'm also a founder of a DAO that I'm building called Reinvent DAO, where a bunch of us are actually looking at creating consulting services as a DAO, and how we are helping to set up a playbook for different type of talent skill sets in terms of this. So back to your question about what is art tech. I personally feel like art tech is a combination of art and technology, but it's actually used as a point to allow the artist to use their creativity, whether an artist or a creator, to use their creativity to involve technology and deepen their engagement with the audience or the customers. So in so many ways, like what Amin was actually saying, we can actually use technology to enhance experience and connect with our customer on a different level. So this is how it's changing the shift of how the artist can interact with the customer, with their audience. So yes, that's art tech to me.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for that. Who wants to go next? I see here Fatime, so it's just on my screen. So I would just say, yeah.
I can go ahead. Thank you. Thank you all for having me here. I'm excited to be with this amazing group of panelists. I'm Fatame. I'm a metaverse architect. I'm actually a traditionally trained architect that transitioned to designing in the metaverse rather than the physical world. So I come from, the background of art in the physical and then using technology and enhancing my art in the virtual world. So art tech is definitely my home, and it's where I express myself. Even during architecture school, I enjoyed designing in virtual spaces. I enjoyed designing in 3D and really bringing that to life. And that's really what made my transition to Web3 and designing in the metaverse so smooth. And that's what I love about it. I initially got interested in Web3 through NFTs and did some collections of NFT art with a contemporary dancer, which was kind of like a study of how we inhabit spaces with our bodies. And from then on, I reconnected with a colleague of mine from university. We built Spaces DAO together, which is a collective of artists, architects, and designers building immersive experiences across the metaverse. We normally do commission designs, so brands and companies that want to position themselves in the metaverse, whether it may be an NFT gallery, or it can be a shoe store, or it can be a concert and festival space for an artist. We design those spaces in virtual atmospheres, mainly in the Web3 space, like the Decentraland, Sandbox, or Spatial. And that has really allowed me to express myself in a way that I didn't even imagine I could as an artist. And so I will answer your question about what art and tech means to me. The first time that I went into one of my designs, one of the spaces that I built in virtual reality, was a surreal moment for me. In real life, as an architect, if you want to experience your buildings in all of its immersiveness, you have to wait for months, even years, for the building to actually be built. And then you can go inside, you can smell the materials, you can feel it, you can touch it, you can see the scale of what you've designed after all of that, not just the design process, but actually building it. But with the help of technology, I can actually go into a space that I'm designing and actually design a space in 3D, in virtual reality, while I can see the scale of the thing that I'm building and feeling the materials, the sensations and everything at the same time, which I think is the biggest empowerment that you can have in my profession. So that's really my definition of what art and tech is.
Wow, awesome. Thank you so much for that. Let's go. I'm just going, in order from left to right. So I see Fabio as the next one on my screen. So
yes. So thank you very much, Lara, for inviting me to your summit. I'm very, very pleased being part of it. To introduce myself, I am a symphony conductor. I have been working for many years as let's say, academic symphony conductor. And in the last years, I experimented a lot, and I found out really a new way of conducting. So for me, art tech is a combination. It's a new way of performing as conductor when you conduct on the stage the full show, when you are aware of the video, of the lights, of the music, of the movement. And actually, I think that it can be a kind of very perspective, very new way of even being a showman, new way of being conductor. And so that's very fascinating. That's very challenging. It's a big challenge for me. I think it's going to be a very challenge for the whole new generation of conductors. And so it's I'm very excited about that. And every time I try to look for new experience, try to experiment new things through the technology and through the language of conducting.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much, Fabio. Thank you. This intro. And so the last on my right is Gay, his picture, and Gay just transitioned from his keynote presentation on artful design and technology in search of the sublime, but I will give the word to Gay now.
Thank you, Laura. Yeah, well, I'm an associate professor at Stanford University in music of the Curtis Deployment and Computer Science, and I'm a tool builder of creativity support tools. I make programming languages, VR experiences, toys and games, AI systems with humans in the loop. We're really all in the service of just helping people be more creative. I thought I'd give you a quick demo in case for those that didn't see it in the keynote. This is something I designed. This is Ocarina. You play it by blowing into your phone.
Okay, that's
That's amazing.
Thank you. So, so this question of what art tech is, I feel like for me, I resonate with a lot of what's been said, but I want to provide maybe even a different. So obviously, stuff like this uses a lot of technology, uses computers, is what Amin has referred to. But I also want to point out that for me, art in tech, almost all art, I would say, uses some form of technology and has always used. So I actually want to provide not a new perspective, but an old perspective. Bach and Beethoven were working with what was considered cutting edge technology of their day. Instruments continue to evolve. The violin is evolving very slowly, but it's still evolving, right? At some point, the piano was an innovation. And also just anytime we make art, whether it's a paintbrush or even just paper, this is all technology. Technology does, for me, like I do computer music, so yeah, computers. So I'm with Amin on the computers, but also I think about how art doesn't need computers to be made, but it's still technology. And if you think about all the things we were doing during the pandemic, during the quarantine, I think the pandemic, we're still in it. But while we're all kind of sheltering in place, I think those of us that, I don't know, like doodled or baked bread or just did things to kind of help us process, I think all of those use some form of technology, and some of it computer, some of it not, but all of it was to, I don't know, kind of help us to process what's happening to us. And so for me, I want to remind that just because we have all this technology doesn't mean we have to use it to make art. We should try to explore what they mean for art, but also we shouldn't forget what we've always used to make art. And I play the guitar, I play the ukulele. I love the computer, I love computer science, but I don't want to be without the instruments, or I don't ever want to be without a pen or pencil and paper. And so I always wonder, kind of in this technology drenched world, how do we add to without to the set of tools we have to make art, without needing to replace what has been so, I think, fruitful over the years, over the ages, of how we make art with technology. Thanks.
I just want to follow up straight on your point, because I saw as well your previous presentation. It was amazing. Congratulations. And I wanted to ask straight from you and to the rest of the speakers, of course, on what kind of technological advances exactly in your case has been used by your students or artists nowadays to help them really express themselves, get the message across, and get that art more outside of them, let's say, through technology.
Yeah, it's a great point. Great question. So for my students here at Stanford, we use everything from certainly a lot of digital signal processing on the audio side, virtual acoustics. We do a lot of graphics, audiovisual design, interaction design. We use a lot of sensors to actually do physical interaction, but also we use obviously the new computers that are here. I run the VR lab here, so we're definitely looking at how we make music in VR. What does it mean to make music in VR? But also, what does it mean to kind of inhabit? Who are you? How do you want to feel in VR? It isn't just a place to do stuff. It's also a place where we should feel, I don't know, safe and free and included and understood. And it's a place that we want to inhabit we might be spending more time in it, right? And I think it is an architectural question in the same sense of how you architect the building and how do people feel inside that building. We also work with a lot of interactive machine learning in the sense of like, how do we build systems where human interaction is still part of the system? Without it's like, we're not like trying to build, like, we are sometimes trying to build a better big red button. It's like, press this button, give us some art. And my question to there is that still art? If humans like, and where is the art? I don't know. I'm not saying it isn't, but I think it begs the question. So all of these things, but the last thing I'll say, Amin, is that it's not actually, it's as much about like, what new things can we do with the technologies we now have, with the advancements we have? I think the artful part of design, of art making, is not just using new technology, but to figure out how do we make the best uses of each medium. And that's an evolving question. I don't think we figured out how do we make the most interesting chairs yet, because I think the world's not done designing chairs, or like drawing on pencil on paper, or making music with, traditional acoustic instruments. And Fabio, I think I can only imagine he would not disagree with that particular assertion. So a lot of new stuff, but also how do we make the best use of mediums, whether they're new or old?
Yeah, I would like to say that it's really a very good point, Guy, because actually I totally agree. And I think that, for instance, for students, it's very important to change your point of view. So technique, tools are useful. I mean, I'm thinking of what you said just 1 minute ago. I mean, so tools, it's a tool to change your point of view and to get deeper of yourself. So that's the key point. If you keep going this way, you really develop your art, your way of understanding yourself, of understanding people, understanding the human beings. Otherwise, it's going to be something like artificial. It's like a disbalance, no connection. So that's very important. That's very important. And to go, for instance, there are many different psychological ways of making it to go where you are not comfortable, when it's like disturbing yourself sometimes. So on that way, you really explore. And I think that for the artist, every time it's important to analyze yourself, understand, go deeper, try to do something which is not expected at first for yourself. And on that way, every time you make your life wider and wider inside in terms of experiences, and in terms of understanding and of learning yourself. And then when you go to on the stage and when you perform, that goes out to the audience, to the public, to the people.
I want to couple up on that. That's a great point. I prepared, you sent me a video of your performance, Fabio, so maybe we can watch that. We just saw the mobile app of Gay. So let's just see your performance. Let me screen share first. All right. And I have this YouTube link. Just let me know if you can hear the sound. Yeah. All right. So here we go.
It's a kind of conducting way.
And I have one more.
What happens when the prostate in...
I have one more ready right here. I'll just do somewhere from the middle.
if I can make some comments, that was like actually three years ago, the beginning of this new way of performing, new way of making music with the symphony. So the idea is that the conductor is not on the podium. So just about that, you can, I think that you can even write a book, because it's a full connection with the musicians. So you are on the stage, you move with the musicians all together on the stage. So it's a kind of full democracy. And that's the full listening and being together, playing together, performing together. And combining also, I mean, you are not in a static position. Like, for instance, a symphony, they are on the chairs, they have the chairs, the music stands. It's we play by heart. So there is no, it's everything. We are not improvising. Everything is written. Everything is learned by heart. From me, of course, from the conductor to all the musicians, in such a way that we can really focus 100% even more on the empathia, on listening, feeling each other. And I will tell you, I say you that it's something really unexpected. It was something really unexpected for me, especially if you consider that we are playing with radio microphones, so we are free to move, but we are playing live, so it's not recorded. So sometimes, of course, we make mistakes, but it's live performance. And if you consider that sometimes there is a blackout, sometimes it's like very dark, sometimes it's very, I mean, the light is changing every time. But in the meantime, with the instruments, we can and we move on the stage. We are not afraid of falling, of crash each other. And I mean, that's really, I think it's a big challenge. And I'm so happy of being part of it, of feel that. And I would say that from, I mean, me as conductor, that came out after something like 20 years of being on the stage. So it's a long experiment, many experiments, many things that I tried after getting the diploma in Berlin in conducting. Lots of time to understand, to feel, I mean, to understand yourself and to understand at the end what's your unique thing that you can give to the people. And that's the result.
Thank you. That's really cool. I love to see all these, innovations of how you went, from very classical, like being, this black and white and, the classical setting of symphony orchestra, into this. This is like completely mind blowing. It's a completely different level. So this is really cool. Thank you so much. I also want to add something to this, about the amalgamation and like an art and tech, because, in our startup, Artists&Angels, we're trying to bring together all sorts of arts, and we look across different kind of arts, visual arts, performing art, music, healing arts. So it's like all sorts of arts, and we're trying to see how to combine this, these art forms with technology, and what kind of technology is used by different artists. So by dancers, for instance, is like now also is very fascinating elements that have been used. I think Fatime already mentioned the project that she did with Metaverse. That I'll be very interested to hear more about the Metaverse dance project that you did.
Yeah, definitely. It was actually an NFT collection, and it was a collaboration that I did with a friend who was a contemporary dancer. It was, it was a combination of both reviews from a dance point of view and from an architect's point of view, because the beautiful show that we just saw by Fabio, the spaces in which you're performing these things really do give a big importance and really shape that experience as well, right? So we're constantly inhabiting spaces that are designed in some way or another, and the way that we inhabit them and make use of them is really what makes it unique. So we started to think about, how our bodies inhabit spaces and how do we move inside spaces and how do we relate with it, with our bodies. So that collection was kind of, we went to a studio. This is very typical, not a lot of tech involved. She started dancing and performing different scenes that we had envisioned, and we photographed all of these. And then I used the computer to generate spaces with the movements of her body, and then encompassing putting the two together. And that's how we came up with the artwork. And it was really just an exploration of that essence of how we inhabit spaces and how our bodies influence the space and vice versa. So yeah, it was really fun to do, and it was really a learning process for both of us, I think.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing. Do you have any examples of, from your metaverse experience, Web 3.0, of this amalgamation that we're talking about, of how the art and tech are being amalgamated by different artists, or not even artists, brands, maybe, businesses?
Yeah, I think at this point, it became really clear that I want to go beyond the hype and everything, because talking about the NFT space, there's just so much to talk about, and focus more on the art side. So I think it's been really a liberation for artists to finally be able to upload digital art, keep track of their art, which was not possible before. It's like the typical right click save. No, this is the whole dilemma about NFTs and art as NFTs. Right now we are talking about artists who have already a following, who can prepare, upload, communicate with their communities to share some of their art, even sell some of their art, and be able to keep track of this art, be able to earn royalties automatically directly to their wallet. And I think this has been probably the biggest revelation, where digital artists nowadays, or up to a few years ago, the career path was much more difficult as a solo artist. And right now, as soon as you have an audience, then you can grow that audience through an NFT activation usually, and really gather your fans in a different way. I think Web3, I think, is one of the few businesses where, or industry where you find people always willing to help. It's crazy, maybe because we're in it, but I've been in many industries and it's nothing like Web3. And I think that for artists in itself, and the fact that this movement was so strong for artists, makes it so. So it makes it that it's there's this open-mindedness, there's this collaboration process, there's this wag me culture, we're all gonna make it culture, and it's amazing. We're finding more and more technology. So as we said, so you can be an artist, digital artist. Fatima is doing architecture, Fabio is doing shows that he can integrate directly into this technology. He can make his tickets to the concert be NFTs, and maybe just display the whole show in some metaverse, or just on his website in a kind of immersive experience,
And Gail will write a programming language for all this.
Great. Lara, I just want to supply to what Amin was saying. So 2 points that I wanted to talk about. One is definitely about how I agree with you. I feel Web3 is one of the industry where everyone just wants to collaborate, and it's about inclusiveness, regardless where you're from, wherever you are and what kind of project you're working on. If there's form of partnership that we can work on together and help each other, this is such a very pivotal industry that everyone can participate in. Another thing as well, from Asia, I know, Lara, I mentioned to you that about Digital Art Fair Asia. So I recently attended one of the launch of Digital Art Fair Asia here. and it's one of the Web3 Fine Art Fair. So there's a combination of different art and tech and creativity are embedded together. So the kind of like arts that were displayed were much more like, say, utilizing with blockchain together with immersive art experience, AR, VR, as well as Sandbox was also there on how the display of different type of mega cities of Sandbox were actually shown at the fair as well. So one very interesting artist that I found really captured me. She's her name is Mono C. She's actually a mono artist human, a virtual mono artist human, where she combines like a combination of algorithmic art into her performance. So if you check it out on her Instagram, which is mo.noc, she displays a different kind of talented algorithmic art and how she combines AI arts and also AR as well, augmented reality, in order to provide such an immersive and creative experience. So it's not just about NFTs that you can use to actually monetize and express your creativity. It's also coming from different type of technology on how we can combine innovation in order to create this new ecosystem. And yeah, that's just something it's a very passionate subject of mine, especially when I see different type of audiences are working on different type of experience and use cases.
Amazing, Hannes. Thank you. I wanted to as well like follow up with all of you guys. I think more in the metaverse NFT side about how was your experience, with this onboarding process in general, like going from the traditional to the new, knowing that the new is where technology is making a change. Like you were building houses in real world, now you're building in the metaverse. You were standing on the podium and that's your central position, and now you are moving around the whole stage. Or you were, in the case of Hannes, I'll let you comment on how that transfer happened, or for Gay as well.
Or is happening right now.
Yeah. I can answer that. Thank you. I mean, so for me, one of the projects that I'm working on right now is about starting to use my avatar, or even like talking using a metaverse platform with different type of universities, especially on educating the future of work model. So it's still it's still a work in progress project. So it's not something that I can mention publicly yet about that. But it's one of the experience of trying to onboard users, because a lot of these metaverses do not have a strong user audience or customer base. So one of the things that I'm working on with this platform is to see how can we partner with different type of universities, like even like one of the university in Hong Kong now, I'm partnering with them in order to use this platform as a way to educate and talk about the experience that they can experience in this metaverse world, because people see metaverse as just something like a 3D format using your VR, AR, but actually it's also about how you can also immerse yourself in that, how you can express your creativity. You can jump, you can even like, turn upside down. So, and how do you interact with someone who's not in the same location as you? Rather than now we're doing Zoom, we want to make it a lot more inclusive, a lot more real in how they interact with me as a speaker and my audiences there. So yeah, this is something that I believe like metaverse has still a long way to go as well. But at the same time, a lot of the technologies, a lot of the use cases that you started to see in arts as well as in education as well, there's a massive potential in there. Yeah.
I think I'd like to continue on that because we're on the topic of metaverse. And as a designer, as an architect, I'd say the tools that I use to create as an architect really like essentially in the basis hasn't changed much. You know, G was talking about this earlier, and I would like to say that I still use a pen. Even though I design for the metaverse, I use a pen. I have my sketchbook. My design process starts with my sketchbook and my pen. I start to draw and I start to get inspired. And from that, I start to build in 3D. And from the 3D, I go into implementing that to the metaverse. And one of the things that has been so liberating as a designer for me as an architect in the real world, and especially studying in Spain, we have architects are not just considered as designers here, we're also engineers. So we do have to care about, you know, our buildings standing up structurally and working conditionally. So we have a lot of limitations in terms of what we can build, right? It has to be some sort of like, you know, something that is buildable, something, and you know, we have amazing architects like Zaha Hadid or Foster's that are breaking those boundaries of design and are doing super amazing designs that are not just like rectangular and like more immersive in the way that they're conceived. But with the metaverse, you have so much more possibilities that can be done. One of the designs, like for me, it's just like, you know, opening up that you're a child again, right? You have everything at your hands, and creativity is your only limit. So you don't have to worry about how it stands. You don't really have to worry about how it's conditioned. You of course have to worry about how it's being inhabited, how it makes you feel. Those sensorial things are still there, but not the technical things. And it really allows you to take the creative process to the next level. I personally think that my designs went from being very grounded at the beginning because I was still not used to having that freedom to like, you know, starting to open up more and more and being more explorative to see how we can actually be creative with the tools that we have in the metaverse. You know, Hanis was saying that you can jump. So in one of the builds that we did, we had these like globe-like installations within the central hall of this NFT gallery. And they were supposed to be as some kind of like ornament within the space, not something meant to be used as something you inhabit necessarily, right? But then during the actual event, we found out that this metaverse platform, any object that you design within that has a surface, it considers it as a solid, and your avatar can actually stand and jump on it. So these spheres that are dispersed without anything holding them in place, you know, they're just floating in air. And people are just jumping from one to the other, and they're like, you know, having fun and going around it. And this was something that we didn't even expect to happen, right? And it was just so cool to see people use that space in a way that was so unique. And like, you know, for example, bringing different senses into the space. You can add your music. So we're designing a gallery right now where we have a specific music design for that gallery. So you walk into that space and that music is being played. And imagine this in virtual reality where you're immersed in that and there's animation. So you can jump on platforms that take you from one place to another. You can play games, which are still very rudimentary, you know, as Hanis mentioned it as well. And I mean, the metaverse still has a long way to go. There's still a lot that we can do. I did give a lecture at a university here in Spain to a bunch of students that were 17 and 18 years old. So these guys are, you know, very familiar with the gaming industry, and, you know, they were hesitant to go into the metaverse. And I asked why, and they're like, you know, this is not like Fortnite, and this is not like the games that we have that were, you know, they're very familiar with them and they're using them, and the graphics and everything, the interactions within those games are at a different level. But the metaverse has still a long way to go to catch up, and I'm sure it will. Soon we're going to see that, you know, happen, and it's just very exciting to see that and the way people are interacting with it.
I feel like I guess I'll say that for me, I think I'm of two minds actually on all of this. I'm actually kind of a paradox. I've always been like, I don't know, like, am I doing tech? Am I doing art? Am I doing computer science? Am I doing music? No one knows. I barely know, but I love what I do. Or like neither. I'm a tool builder, and what is that? And what does it mean to do it artfully, right? So for me, the conflict actually comes from both thinking about the promise of things like the metaverse and NFTs to the perils of these things. And I feel like for artists, I think that exists. I think there's an optimism that we maybe that I sense here, that NFTs is one of these things that will empower artists, and I could see that in theory. In practice, I think NFTs, like, artists have always been, well, excuse the term, fucked over, like, for as long as there's been artists, right? And every new technology that comes around, like, okay, finally, this time around, I think we'll have something that will empower artists so they can. I will believe that when I see it. I think NFTs in practice, what has been happening in Hanis, this is a panel, so maybe I'm adding the spice here. For all of you working on this, is like, I'm a gamer, and all I see for NFTs, the actual use of NFTs beyond some artists who are using this, and those artists, by the way, already have a following. If you're trying to make it as an artist who already don't have a following with NFTs, NFTs aren't going to get you that following. NFTs are not going to get you seen. If you already have the power, then you can employ NFTs and maybe you can get something out of it. But I see massive corporate greed. Like, NFTs are like a corporate wet dream for example, gaming companies are like, okay, finally we can sell you that suit of armor, or maybe sell you a limited collection of that suit of armor. We're going to charge you, and we're going to charge the whales a premium for that, just so you can. And gamers hate this. Gamers already hate microtransactions. NFTs are seen as kind of this, almost this next logical extreme, where it's a way for a few people, the corporations, capitalism gone rogue, to make a killing, while it doesn't really benefit most people. It benefits the people that already have the power to deploy in NFTs. That's the first peril, and at least for me. So I welcome, of course, counterpoint on. Speaking of capitalism gone rogue, metaverse. I work with VR all the time, and for me, at the same time, I do it probably out of like 90% apprehension and 10% genuine curiosity. Do we not realize that even the term metaverse comes from cyberpunk literature in novels like Snow Crash, where the metaverse is like actually a kind of not kind of, but like a wholly a dystopic. It's a dystopia. It's a dystopia where capitalism has gone rogue, is going rogue, and these towering megalithic corporations tower over a fairly like abysmal, dim human existence, despite having so much technology. And it's the corporations that have the power to deploy these things. And guess who's building the metaverse right now? It's one of the largest corporations on this planet. Now, I think we can try to see the positive in things. And I love this about us artists and creative types. So we do try to see the positive. We try to envision what a good version of this is. And I hear that in every person on this panel. And that part warms my heart. But then behind that is this looming shadow of just human nature, of just greed that I think is going to dwarf whatever benefits that we're hoping for artists and for art and for people and for society. That's going to be dwarfed by just good old human nature, now with more technology, to, I think, continue to like exploit artists and to extract value from users. We think of it as like, okay, well, maybe this is a good way, a new business model, a new commerce. It's going to be good, right? Yeah, I can see some good parts of that. But also at the same time, it is a tool for extracting value from people for the few to be mega rich. So this is my fairly, I guess, like counterpoint to this. And of course, I welcome all of, a discussion on this as well. But I'll just throw the spice out there to say this, at least is a point of view, and may or may not be entirely mine, but these are points of view that I think much of the world has on NFTs and the metaverse. And these are discussions, frankly, that if you ask what my students and I talk about when we're designing, when we think about what to design, even as we're using almost all of these technologies, we're doing everything we mentioned we use here, except we haven't done much with NFTs, even though I've been nominally involved with a few potential NFT ventures. But we talk about the implications of all of these things, including for artists. And we see more perils right now at this current moment than promise. Thanks.
Well, I can tell you that actually about the performing artists, the show business shows. Many, I would say that even almost like, for instance, in LA, Los Angeles, with Gustavo Dudamel, there are many. I mean, they are trying to make many new things with augmented reality, with virtual reality. So even in the very classical way, with classical symphonies, like very structured, very academic, very classical way of doing things, they are trying to do these kind of things. But I mean, it's very hard to get not just the good balance, but the right balance that keep and allow you to develop the artist, to have a higher performance of the artist, and in the meantime use the right technology, the right connections, the right tools, all these technology. That's very, and I would say that even, for instance, I was talking a little bit before when we start chatting, like, for instance, the new show project planned by Franco Dragone, director, very world famous director, because he was the founder of Cirque du Soleil, for instance. And in Dubai, the opening ceremony of the Worldwide Expo, there he conceived and he added some things. And so the point is, what I also with the orchestra I'm working with, it's very important for the producer, for the artistic director, to be updated, so to know what's going on. And that's very important, not like to be like too much old-fashioned, but not to lose the balance and the fundamentals. That's very important. I would say that because otherwise it's especially for the performing artists, for the live performances, if you have the people in the audience, you need anyhow to get in touch emotionally with them, and you can do that. Of course, with the video, of course, with also, but you cannot forget the emotional. So which is connecting between people, your energy. So that needs to come from the artist.
That is so important what you just mentioned, Fabio, and because essentially that's what art is all about, right? It helps us connect with our emotions. It helps us connect with our emotional side, with ourselves, and essentially that's should be the goal of the art, to help us find the way to our true selves, right? To express ourselves. And I was just thinking that, our startup is all about art being all about the human self-expression, that you shouldn't actually need technology to do art. You just, what Fatime mentioned, you just need a pen and paper to start drawing, right? So this is basic, and Gay is also nodding, I see, right? And that's why we are addressing the very basic forms of art, like dancing, like music, something that is essentially you don't need anything. You just have your body, you go out and you start moving. That's already a dance, right? That's a very basic human self-expression. If you do it well, then you become an artist, a dancer, right? Well, actually, the motto of our startup is everyone's an artist. So whatever we do, we are an artist when we get good at it. And technology should come as a nice addition to that, right? As something, as tools that enhance our ability to do art or to do some sort of human self-expression. And I really love it what Gia said about art and technology, that you see, like, because I see technology as an art, is more of an art expression of a human, so when you when you have an ocarina, that's for me, it's a piece of art, already that you as an artist created. So it's kind of a reverse, the reverse process.
I wanted to add something to all the panels, especially about art and tech. One thing, referring to what Fabio was saying, to express the whole connection and energy from a humanistic perspective, that's where sometimes spirituality is also embedded in terms of how we use arts and technology. So I've seen some of the artists or some of the, like, say, yoga practitioner or musicians started to apply spirituality in their musics and started to even combine them with different type of technology. So the different kind of audiences that listen to them are not, for instance, are just people who love music, but also all those spiritual practice people or even yoga practitioner who are immersing themselves into this like spirituality practice. So you started to see a lot of cultural shift that form out of that, not just from combining, like, say, art tech. Yeah,
that actually a very interesting thing I can add it. It's that in the last I would say maybe 10-15 years, orchestras, symphonies have been founded inside religious, different kind of religious churches. And so, for instance, in Italy, that was a kind of practice that was really at the beginning. I can tell you that, for instance, conservatorio, so the word conservatory, means that the idea at the beginning to develop, to start this school was to save. Conservatory means in Italian to save people, orphans from the street. So to save the human beings, to give them an education to understand themselves and to be able to give that after to the people. So that's, so this kind of getting in touch and being in touch with spirituality is something that even in the last years, people feel and need, I would say, much more and more every time. So that sometimes happens, like Mormons, Lutherans, or Chinese, like different churches try to get and to have their own symphony orchestra to make a repertoire, like concerts and all these kind of things. So that's, of course, that's important. I mean, artists with no spirituality, it's difficult to define it artist.
Thank you. And then how do you bring this spirituality into VR world, for instance? That would be the next question, right? Can
I jump in on this, actually? And I'll see this conversation, this question with maybe, especially for Fatima, for everyone. One of the things that we bring, I don't know, what you might call spirituality in like VR, we actually think we think of it spirituality. We sometimes think of it just like about how do we design stillness and calm into VR, right? And there are a lot of strategies we have. For one, we publish papers on things like this idea of doing versus being. What are you doing in VR? But also, what does it mean to exist in VR? And one of the things that, I'll just throw one thing out there, and I'd be curious if those of you working in the metaverse have also found this. It's what we call looking up. And this concept looking up is like make experiences where you're asking the user in VR to simply look up. And the idea is when you're looking up, right? Well, like in physical reality, when we're looking up, what are we doing? The answer usually is nothing. If you're looking up, what are you looking up at? You're looking up at the sky. You're looking up at a tall building. You're looking up at the trees. You're looking at the birds. You're looking at the clouds. When you're looking up, it's actually almost like associated with this idea of reflection, of contemplation, if like not needing to get anything done in that moment. And so we try to, when it helps, we try to design experiences where there are elements of it where you are very much invited to, not forced to, but invited to simply look up. And that almost automatically signals to ourselves, this is a time for reflection, not for action necessarily. You can still act later, but maybe so I'll just throw one thing in there is this idea of looking up.
Looking up, climb to go to the mountains. Why people go up to the mountains also?
Exactly, and it's a spiritual dimension, right? I mean, if you go walk into like, I don't know, like a basilica or any place like a grand place of worship, often you might find that the ceilings can be very high. Especially, I was just in Italy this summer where there is just a plethora of insanely like ornate, but like they're always like places to look up. And what do you suppose you see when you look up? And well, it depends on the person, but I think you're being invited to contemplate God, our relationship to the universe. Even if whether you are, no matter what beliefs you have, no matter what worldviews you have. I'm not particularly a religious person, I would say, but I love going in and just looking up. And I feel spiritual and I feel calm. And I contemplate also just like human endeavor, human history, and also how architecture, whether it's in physical reality or maybe in VR, it's really an invitation to look up. And I think it's, in some sense, sometimes I can't think of anything more spiritual than just the simple act of looking up. Anyway.
I love that.
I would say, sorry, Lara, just one last thing. The idea of verticality, going up or going down, and the idea of horizontality, when you expand, when you make experiences.
And I would even say that, for me, for instance, art and artistic experience, and even VR, it's not even about going up or horizontal, it's about going inside, inwards. So it's kind of going up, but it's kind of connecting with your higher self, if we're speaking about a different, from the spiritual, which is kind of your inner guidance and inner compass, kind of your intuitive feeling of living the inner God, as some may also say, some philosophers. And so maybe this is something for me, for instance, this is what art and like what you just said, going to those churches, looking at those, looking up, this is like kind of this dimension that brings it closer to us. It makes us, that's the same feeling that you have when you're drawing, when you're designing something, when you are playing a musical instrument, right? It's kind of being in this meditative state. It puts you in that special dimension, right? Essentially. And that's why I'm very curious to try out all this also VR in techniques and see how artists implement that and use that. And like there's different, by creating this new worlds basically, and how we can better incorporate it into our lives. But I also see a lot of challenges.
Yeah, sorry, just because it's very interesting. And I would say that when you expand, so when technology expands yourself, so that's a way of making experience, and that's way of, to make you richer, to expand yourself. It could be higher, it could be horizontal, it could be inside. It's a way of make you wider and give more. That's the point.
Maybe it will be 3D, it will be 5D already, right? The dimension.
I like what you're saying about the whole doing and being. It's definitely about, combining how do you be yourself and connect to your higher self in this environment. And there's so many type of experience that you can do. For instance, imagine yourself walking through 7 levels of, I don't know, heavens, whatever, walking in these VRs. I actually heard some of these projects some people are working on in that sense of spirituality, because you want to include this meditative state and experience and the kind of surrounding environments. But we'll see what's the outcome of that. Yeah.
And to pick up on, I really, this is so interesting, by the way. I like this. I feel like technology is more about doing and art is more about being. Also, to put in the terms that Fabio, I think is so interestingly put, I think technology is more horizontal. It widens you, it gives you more room, more tools to do things. But the sublime, that's vertical, that's human. But you got to get there yourself. You can't be automatically lifted into, I think, that verticality. Verticals, the technology may help, right? But I think at the end of the day, it's got to be your inner, I guess what Lara called your inner God. It's got to be you with the agency to actually figure out for yourself what that means to you. And that's a self-discovery process, but technology helps. So I think tech is doing, maybe art is being. Tech is horizontal, art maybe is vertical. And by the way, subtitle of my book, Technology in Search of the Sublime. It's really trying to, in some ways, figure out how technology can help us to search, but that search has got to happen. Technology isn't going to tell us what to think, but it can help us to see more, see farther. So, yeah.
This is so great. So many amazing concepts, and really, I loved the idea of, you know, like spirituality or just the fact of, okay, relaxation, I have nothing to do, it's just like looking up, you know. I think, I don't know, maybe Fatime, if when you have time, you can come up with some VR space where you are kind of, let's say, not obliged, but you have to look up and tell us about how that feels, or tell us as well how would you actually tackle a space like that in VR, where you are looking for that spirituality, where you are looking for that yeah, like,
talking about technology, I would say just like, you know, I think we need better tech for that to happen in a good way. I'm really hoping that Apple releases their new VR headsets, because I'm not sure how many of you have experienced looking up with a VR headset and how inconvenient that is. So I would say that we need better technology to be able to do that in a comfortable way as well. Because if we're talking about spirituality, then I need to feel comfortable in my body with the tools that I'm using to be able to get to that point. If I'm constantly uncomfortable and feeling dizzy or getting a headache, then I can't really reach that point of spirituality. So for me, looking up, which we do a lot of designs that are, you know, tall, and when you're going inside of it, you're experiencing it, you want to look up, you want to look around. It just gets really annoying to do that, and I'm admitting that, because it's I'm hoping for better tech to come in terms of, you know, user side of that. Yeah,
definitely don't look up while walking in VR. That's how you get really sick. And I think I agree with that point. Though I would say, like, I think if you intentionally make it so that, like, we've done so many projects where looking up has become parts of it. It's actually, for us, it's some people actually, we just had open house yesterday where we're like, one of the projects called Intertransmissions, the artist William Mills, she had these 6 pillars to the sky, and you're hearing kind of radio transmissions, but like if you stay still and you kind of just lean back, you'll see kind of this like a rain of either cherry blossoms or swirls that are coming down these kind of pillars to the sky. And some people actually at the open house was like, just decided just to lean back in their chair. And I think as long as I think it's critical that you're not moving in this, or else you will feel nauseous. Which reminds me of a quote, which I don't know who said this, but it's one of my favorite quotes about art in still. It says basically, imperfect art is art that moves you. Perfect art is art that makes you still. And maybe it's the difference between doing and being. And maybe as humans, we need both. But I feel like the invitation does have to come very intentionally out of a place not of motion, both literal but also psychological, but rather out of a place where you feel comfortable looking up. And I think when you do, I don't think the technology, I don't necessarily think the technology is in the way. If the technology is in the way now, I don't know, however grand or interesting Apple's VR stuff, whenever that drops, it might still be there, but I think there are ways to even make good use of what tech we have now, whether it's Vive or the Quest / Oculus. But yeah, don't walk and look up in VR at the same time.
Cool. Thank you guys very much. I wanted to as well push now a little bit the technology part and talk a little bit about AI. You know, a few months ago was a big deal. What happened with DALI? You know, people everywhere on YouTube were talking about the images that DALI generated. It's an AI engine that you give speech input, so you just write down whatever you want to see, and it gives out multiple, let's say, results of what you are looking for, including style and everything. So we were talking with Laura as well, and we were trying to think, which side are you on? Do you think like AI in the art is going to be kind of risky, or it's going to take my job, or it's going to limit someone's creativity or someone's market? Or are you more into, okay, that's great for me because when I start designing, I need more inspiration. I do a lot of work on Pinterest. I put together mood boards, and AI is going to help me that and eliminate all that process. Where do you stand on that side?
Basically, it's like this Hollywood movie question: will human self-expression outlive technology, or will technology take over us? So it's kind of like this robots versus humans dilemma that we.
Yeah, definitely. It's like AI war now. I want to know the opinions.
I would say that I still don't really have a stance with AI. Like, I don't know if I'm against it or for it in particular, so I don't really have a strong stand on it. But I do say that I'm not afraid that it will take my position as an artist. I still do think that, we have a lot of value to bring as artists. And I do think that, we always have to use technology as, like, the way that we go ahead of technology is we use it in our advantage. So I think that we should just get used to the fact that this technology is there and it's going to stay around. I don't think it's going away. So we have to find ways that we can use it to our benefit as artists, and how we can enhance our works and help us improve what we're already doing. So I think it's more, I see it more as a tool rather than a replacement of artists.
Yeah, supplying to what Fatima is saying, I don't believe AI or technology in a way is there to overlap in terms of where we are heading towards. It's a lot more technology. I've seen AI is like an enablement, how you can, for instance, use the technology to enhance or relieve a past moment. So for instance, you can use AI to look into some of your, I guess, loved ones, from in terms of their movements or even their voice, and try to create a different kind of artistic arts on and to display it. So it's kind of like an AI generated content type of arts. I've seen that a lot happening these days. So it's way on how to interplay technology and arts, but it's never, for me personally, it's not a way to replace human connections, human needness to connect. Because at the end of the day, for me, I also believe life is actually about human connections, and we still need to interact with our human beings in terms of interacting, playing, and socializing with each other. Yeah.
Maybe I'll jump in, and I actually do a lot of work with AI and music. In fact, I'm teaching a music and AI course, piloting it in the winter here at Stanford. It's actually going to be the first music and AI course I think we'll have taught here, even though a lot of people are working on various AI, music, acoustics, things here, and for a long time. And Stanford is actually also one of the some would consider one of the birthplaces of artificial intelligence, going back all the way to McCarthy and the AI lab here. But actually, I've written on this topic of art and AI. There's an article called Humans in the Loop, the Design of Interactive AI Systems, where I talk about I think one of the first questions I would ask is the question I think Amin asks is this even a good idea? And it will be that question that I will begin and probably end the course in the winter as we build musical systems with AI. but also we need to be very critical as builders, as artists, of the tools we use, right? And I don't know if you can see this. I think here I have basically a colleague once, and this is actually an inartful design in the book, say, hey, good, do you think we'll ever have robot musicians? Juliana asked me, she's a colleague in philosophy. I said, you mean that are as good as humans? She said, yeah, that's what I mean. I said, well, I reckon we'll have true robot musicians the day we have true robot philosophers. And she, of course, immediately got that and said, that would imply machines will have understood something more subtly human? Yes, I said. I mean, isn't music more than notes on a page or sound waves through the air? More than a product, it is also a process with meaning, right? What if that was how we thought about art? Not just as a product, right? The thing that comes out, like the products coming out of DALL-E, out of this text diffusion world, is nothing less than impressive. It's like the most clever thing you can imagine. But clever is not enough for art, is it? Right? Art is got to be, I don't know, kind, wise, kind of perspective that you're invited to see through. That's not just a product. It's also the process of art making. What is I always talk about art, and I think about for example, Beethoven, in terms of product versus process, right? We think of Beethoven today, it's easy to think about Beethoven as having had, I don't know, someone call a telephone to God, where he basically is just receiving from God the perfect, I don't know, notes to put on the page. Fabio, you're laughing. The truth is, no, Beethoven did not have telephone to God. He revised the crap out of his music. It's gone through so many different revisions. He didn't just oh, this is the perfect thing. And but also, if you look at kind of the history of the artist, let's again use Beethoven, since we're on Beethoven, we're talking about music here. Beethoven's Third Symphony, right? Fabio will know this, right? This is the Eroica. It is, Beethoven wrote 9 symphonies. We call them sometimes the 9. But a huge shift happened in the third. And it coincided with something that was also happening in Beethoven's life. Namely, Beethoven realized he was going seriously deaf. And before long, for the remainder of his life, he would eventually become clinically deaf. And as a composer, Beethoven was in anguish over this. In a letter he wrote to his brother that he never sent, he said, how am I supposed to live in this world as a composer who can't hear? And he contemplated suicide. He didn't. He kept a letter with him, and he did not commit suicide. Instead, he decided that music was going to be his salvation, that music could be this act of sheer expression, that to put all of him into it. And what came out was the Eroica, it's a sprawling, hour-long force of a piece of music that I think in some ways forever transformed why we make music in the Western art world. And what I'm saying here is that even if you can get the product, even if AI could have generated the notes on the page, knowing the story of how Beethoven got there and what he was dealing with, that will forever be the meaning, part of the meaning of that symphony for people, to know that this is humans. Even for Beethoven, art was absolutely the struggle of the artist against
the struggle. Yes, that's
against their limitations, the most profound limitations. Art will always be the struggle of us. And yes, and it reminds me, I'll just end with this definition of art. I actually get asked all the time, what is art? How do you define art? And I'm like, it depends on which day you ask me. But in this context, I feel like art could be seen as kind of the human endeavor to try and mostly fail at understanding our emotions. It is the process by which we build tools to try and mostly fail to understand ourselves. And like I said, technology could make it horizontal, give us more latitude in figuring out how to do it. But there's some part of it that can't not be done by ourselves. And then the question becomes, you know, if we take that definition of art, then we would have to ask, what is art? and then this article, however, suggests that maybe there can be a balance where we can use the horizontality of things like artificial intelligence to be a kind of tool that then we put humans into the loop, where humans have curatorial artistic agency. But a lot of the things that we don't necessarily want to do, we can use the power of the most powerful pattern recognizer the world has ever seen in, say, deep artificial neural networks and whatnot. But then to kind of combine the power, right? And would that be the way that we can think about art, but also tools? So anyway, thank you all for giving me this time to ramble.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you guys so much. We'll just do a closing remark session, you know, which whatever you want to say, you know, add to this. I just have one more question on the list here, or actually a few more questions, but we realize it's such a fascinating discussion that will take many more discussions to cover all of our questions. But let's just do like a final round, you know, where everybody can just address whatever they want. Unless, I mean, do you think there is any other questions that is very important to cover right now?
I think we can kind of include it in the conclusion. It's really, I wanted to know, because I'm in Web3. It's a very important topic for me to talk about how your art and tech is contributing to the community, whether it's, you know, community in general or your niche industry community, and really how does that make you feel, you know, to be contributing to the community, to society through your art or through your technology.
Awesome.
Hanis, you want to start?
Sure. I was just wondering who's going to start first. Well, so from my perspective, I'm not an artist, but I would say I'm a technologist, and I also come from traditional banking background before. So having that financial background and technology background, I have utilized that in using and designing the enablement of technology to different kind of use cases, including arts. So one of the things that I wanted to touch based on what Guy was actually saying about art is a self-expression, right? And it's a question that I want to throw to everyone on the panel. With Web3 that we are immersing ourselves into, the whole gaming is such a big topic. If art is also can be used as a self-expression and as a way of escaping, you know, sometimes our emotions, the gaming can also sometimes be seen as that. People have portrayed that gaming is used as a way to escape yourself from, you know, reality of life, for instance. And that would you agree, gaming could also be used as a way of how you describe arts, but a lot more in a much more logical centric type of technology design. But it's also, I don't know, this is probably a question to Guy, to Fatima, and probably to you, Amin, as well. But this is the conclusion that I feel on how, for me as a technologist, a lot of the combination of how I use Web3 technology to educate to my clients, to educate to my community in terms of how they can use this technology for monetization on their own and earning a passive income, on how they can actually use this to create innovation in their business model. So that's how I use it. And sometimes by applying arts in how they use it as a channel to interact with their customer, in a sense, like say loyalty program, or even like NFT that's used on a different assets that they can sell to their clients. So in a way, this is how I use that as a technology to interact with my community and my clients. Yeah. That's for me.
Thank you very much, Hannes.
Well, I would say that, for instance, my case, I, as performing artist, we travel a lot. We have live shows. We have live concerts, mostly. We are planning actually to make streaming, and there are actually already some companies that are trying to make a wider streaming experience for the people, in such a way that you can experience the show not just like a streaming, but with the interaction with many different. So it's a kind of a thing that it's evolving a lot and trying to get involved a big communities. Like, for instance, I don't know if you remember that during the quarantine in Korea, a kind of band, it was a kind of pop band, I forgot the name actually. They made a streaming show and they got in touch with they sold something like 40 million people, 40 million tickets. So it's something, of course, which if it's going to be very well organized, very well communicated, it's going to be a very big income. But I have to say that on my job at the moment, it's like 99% live performance. So just like, let's say in this way, old-fashioned, right? So you have the theater, you have the stage, you have the show, you have of course some videos, some extra thing, but nothing special like even just streaming or augmented reality. So we're not that much, because we are a touring organization. So every time we need to replay the show in different theaters. Sometimes we have like 100, 150 different shows in 1 year. So it's but I quite believe that it's it's very not just very important, but very popular for musicians and for performing artists to be aware of it and to use it, because it can really be in terms of budget, in terms of income, in terms of communication, much more easier. But of course, the artist has to be the artist. So we come back to the point that you cannot avoid it. But it's going to be very useful, of course.
Great.
I guess I'll go next. Thank you, Amin, for that question, and thank you everyone for having me. It's been a pleasure just hearing everyone talk about their points about art and technology, and I've learned a lot today. So it's been a great time here. I think for me, community is the biggest part of what we're doing, right? So if I'm designing spaces, and that goes back to inhabiting, right? If I'm designing spaces and no one is using them and they're just empty and no interactions are being made inside, then what's the point of me doing the work that I'm doing? So essentially, my work becomes important with the user, and that's like, as architects as well, we've always built for humans, and I think we are very user-centric thinkers as well, as artists, as creators. So we're thinking of something that has a function, that is going to be used, that is going to be inhabited, that is going to take form of our lives in a way or another, right? So that's something that is my community. I actually went into architecture because of that. I remember I'm originally from Iran, and I remember I went to this mosque in Isfahan when I was a kid. And I remember that, in the center of this mosque, there was this square where if you stood in that square and you started to sing or speak, it was amplified. And I was like, oh, this is so interesting. And that was me being a kid. And I just thought, that is so cool. And it impressed me to a level where I thought, well, you know, I want to create spaces where it makes people feel that strong or powerful, it gives them these kind of emotions that I experienced being there. So that was really what led me to study architecture, and that's really what, you know, pushes me to go forward every day. I'm trying to create spaces that makes you experience things that are different, to make you go outside of your ordinary day or to escape the realities that you're having. And I think virtual reality is a great way to have that. You can be transported from one place to another. Imagine living in Hong Kong where, you know, you're surrounded by buildings everywhere and you suddenly want space. You want to be in an open atmosphere, and you put on your VR headsets and you can go from, you know, being in Hong Kong to being in an sublime natural landscape that a designer has made, or, you know, whatever else that suits you. So I think that's really the essence of what I'm doing, and I hope the community really gets that, and, you know, the people that are using those spaces feel that, and that's what community means to me.
I really love what Fatima just said, and I don't want to just plus one that, and I think the key word here for me is the same. It's experience. It's not technology, but the experience of living with the technologies in the form that we've rendered them. And so for me, I think artful design has always been this question of how to, not just what technology can enable us to do, but how do we use technology well? And what does good look like? That's an eternal question. For as long as we'll have technologies, and humans, I think by our nature, will always have technologies. I do want to say this is the article for the AI and art and tool building one, artful.design/HAI, where HAI stands for Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence, which is the name of an institute we have here at Stanford, and I'm affiliated with HAI. But that will take you to that article. But as far as my contributions, as it were, to Web 3.0, I don't think I have any direct ones. I think I'm still like in Web negative 1.0. I'm so like stuck in the past on the web. There is WebChuck, which is the computer music programming language, but like of all the things we associate with Web 3.0, I think maybe I'll answer that question as an educator. I think my job, first and foremost, as an educator, is to help students and ourselves to frame questions, ever better questions. It's not about finding answers, because answers are like the endpoints. Once you reach an answer, you kind of like, I'm done with that. But a good question is eternal. It's because it generates more questions. And I think if I can help students who are working with these new technologies be able to do it while be able to frame the kinds of, I don't know, cultural, philosophical, social, and technological questions of what this thing mean and how do we do it well. I feel like that's the, I don't know if I'm contributing to that, but that is really, that's the contribution I would love to continue to try to strive for, is to help students walk out of here with not just tools to be clever or tools to be like every student here is like freaking smart and intelligent. But I think what's harder for all of us, especially at any point in history, is to try to acquire tools for what we might call wisdom. How do I help students to think for themselves, to be able to connect their aesthetic responses, their emotions, to how they actually see the world and what's valuable to them? It goes back to that question of values and values-based, like thinking, from critical thinking also to critical making. How do we be critical in all that we do? And I think at the end of the day, it's like, how do we frame, it's the invaluable skill of trying to frame ever better questions about ourselves and about the world around us. And someone called that framing questions art. So thank you all so much. I just want to say I've also learned a lot from everyone in this panel, and I also just feel such good vibes being here in this space. Thanks to everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you, Gay. And it was so cool to hear your previous presentation. It was so cool to have you here. Fabio, honestly, I'm a big fan now, so I'll contact you on Instagram, see where you're at and the next dates.
Thank you.
Hannes. I hope to meet you at some crypto event, sometime soon, anywhere in the world. So yeah, Fatime, I see you quite often. So really, really cool having you all of guys here. And Lara, congratulations for everything you put up.
Thank you so much. I do want to thank everyone for joining, really. We kind of put together this event within the last month. So it was like really short term, but it was kind of like divine guidance, that banged me on my head in the summer, said, hey, you have to do it, you have to do it, you have to do it, so really pushed, being a startup, you have so many activities that you just don't have enough hands sometimes to manage everything, but we did it. And thank you so much for joining. And there are so many other topics that, we wanted to cover within this panel, like, for instance, what Gay said about, like economy, art and tech to that how to monitor that's like, artists are not being abused through that, how art and tech contribute to our society, how what are the challenges for existing artists and future artists, like in this tech transition, for instance, or just even remaining human with art and tech, not using tech as a way to escape from from reality, from yourself in the first place, but using it as like an art tech way of looking up, right, of connecting with yourself, with inner God guidance, whatever it is. And I'm so happy that we talked about all that. I didn't even expect it to go so deep, but I loved it. I love this, this interaction. And I have several questions to, just kind of to touch, to make a conclusion, because this is also the final panel of our summit. And we have one more interview with an artist after that. And so first of all, can we even use the term art tech? I'm just going to tell you why. So when I apply, our startup is applying for different funding, like, applying for different accelerators now. And every time I go to the website and I try to select, like, there's EdTech, there is fashion tech, culture, but there is not art tech. And I said, but we are exactly art tech startup, because we're trying to bring art and tech together. So, like, can we just make a point to coin this term here and now and say art tech is a valid term and it exists? And it encompasses many different art forms. It's not about music, it's not about performing, it's just everything that's artsy that we think is art. And of course, this is a big philosophical question right now. But can we say, okay, art tech is a valid term that we can use, and we can start that from here. From here, now we can say we're the founders of the term. I'm kidding. And another question is, so we do want to, based on the questions that we have covered here in the summit, we want to kind of start drafting some sort of an arts manifesto of the new age, like, when we say new age, it's post-pandemic, and I know that I was inspired by Gay's manifesto in his book. That's why I said, hey, Gay, I was so inspired. We need you for that. And another speaker panelist who was on the previous panel, he wrote his own art manifesto too in 1999. So he said a lot of statements have changed since then. He wrote it in St. Petersburg. So this is, just giving you a heads up. We'll try to kind of combine some sort of statements, some sort of ideas, and see what we can come up with. And it'll be cool. We'll send it around for you to review and sign off on that if you agree. Kind of give your statement. And last but not least, maybe, like, depending on we see a lot of interest, and this meeting was like so super cool and exciting, and we covered so many topics. So we really want to do that maybe on a more regular basis, some sort of an art tech work group, or some sort of a counseling group where we can observe different developments in this field. I know that Gay is doing that professionally on like a regular basis. But more in the music area, right? So that we would be excited to invite you, to join this work group that will probably happen virtually to begin with, but on a more regular basis, where we can meet and talk about other exciting art, tech, Web 3.0, VR, Web 1.0 and -1 topics, and continue contributing to this, observe and kind of analyze, and maybe give even some recommendations for current and future art tech developments. As an idea. And also, to follow up on that, we do invite you to join our WhatsApp group chat for speakers of Create Summit, our first virtual Create Summit. And we will have a happy hour for all speakers, because I know you didn't get to meet each other, like everyone. So we'll do like some sort of a happy hour where we draw conclusions and you can meet each other. We'll send you an invite. It'll be really cool if you can join us and stay with us, as we're got so much interest. We got applications from speakers for, like 2 days before they were still sending them in. And we said, hey guys, we'll have to move it to next year. So most likely Create Summit will happen next year, and hopefully it will be a hybrid event already and some cool location. So thank you so much for being here. And I hope to see you all there again. Thank you
so very much.
Thank you, Lara, Amin, and everyone. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye, Fabio.
Thank you. Hello and welcome back to the first virtual Create Summit, a forum on arts, creativity, and tech. My name is Lara Campbell. I'm a founder of Artists&Angels, a startup dedicated to human arts and creativity. We're in our final part of the summit, and we're here to welcome Ludwig Wright for the Angel Talks interview. Let me connect to Ludwig. Ludwig is a musician, singer, songwriter, currently in London, UK, and he's joining us from there. Thank you so much for making the time to join us. So since the pandemic, how has this transformation been going for you, for you personally, I know you're engaged in so many activities besides, writing music. You're also on the GEMA, on the Music Rights Society, representation. So it's probably taken a lot of your time too, but this is so important what you're doing, and it's so diverse. So how has it been going for you personally?
In August 2020, I decided to remain in Germany for the long term. And then I decided that if I remain here, I shall become active in the music scene. So in London, I became a member of the Musicians Union and was just starting to spread my network out. And I wanted to do the same in Germany. So I put forward my candidacy as a delegate of the extraordinary members of the GEMA, which is the performance royalty organization in Germany, and then in the Curia of composers. So they're composers, they're lyricists, and they are publishers. So I'm a representative of the composers, and it's been an absolutely lovely ride. It's great to get to know so many various people. Shortly after I was elected, I became a member of the DKV, which is the German Alliance of Composers, and got active in the young composers group and also in the songwriters group Verso. And I must say, together things go easier. And it's just so fitting that you chose that video and that song, because it really started off my my work and thriving here in Berlin, to reach out to other people. And I think that is so important, just to get in touch with other people. That's why it's so great you're doing this summit. Even if it's digital, it's just so important to reach out to other people, to learn from them, to get to know them, to see what they're doing, and just to broaden one's horizon. The other delegates of the GEMA, for example, there are some people who write musical pieces for church bells, something I couldn't be more away from. Like it's a sphere I'm so far away from, and just knowing about that and talking to people who do that is just so broadening, so advantageous. And I always recommend to reach out to any professional group, especially with other musicians. Also do it digitally as you're doing it with the Create Summit, but also try doing it in person, because in person, I mean, one just gets to know each other so much better. And it's been amazing to take part in the members meeting of the GEMA, May, and just to get to know so many people, and so many positive things have happened since then. I'm working with a producer who's also very active in the GEMA, and he's been producing people since the 80s.
Wow.
And
congratulations. Yeah.
Thank you. Mickey Moise is his name. And it's not so much that you approach people with having something in mind or having an agenda on already. Just approach people for the sake of approaching people and getting to know them and be interested and learn from them, because everyone has something to offer which you don't know about yet. And that just can be so horizon broadening. And then once you get to know people, you befriend them, then maybe at some point you'll work with some of them. But I find it so important to be in touch with the people, with the scene around you.
Yeah.
And I started doing that last year, and it's just been really lovely.
Congratulations. I really want to, talk more about this topic, like the rights, and how you guys are handling now all this digitalization of music, and how, because we will have a whole panel on like arts and new arts of tech. We'll talk about the NFTs, during Create Summit. Of course, it'll all be available on, for viewing afterwards. But I'd be super curious, to know like how it's done in Europe right now, and what are the major concerns, what are the major issues for you in this as a musician, in this industry right now.
Predominantly as a songwriter, and the GEMA is the organization for songwriters and composers,
right,
and lyricists and publishers. But that's all the copyright side of things, and not particularly the performance right. And for songwriters, it's been a struggle and quite a change with having this situation where streams are not paying much.
Right.
Yeah, like for example, with my yearly income, the income from streams, and I get everything because I'm an independent artist, is about 0.1% of my yearly income. Trying to build a business on that is quite a challenge.
Yeah.
And we need to think of other ways of being able to do that as songwriters. Verso, for example, the songwriter group within the German Association for Composers, put forward the motion that songwriters get money for the sessions they're in. They actually get paid for the work they're doing and don't have to wait until the royalties are paid out at some point in the future, possibly, if the song is used. For example, songwriters definitely also need to have other income possibilities in their mind. Synchronization is a big thing. The demand for music has never been so big, for ads, for everything, videos, because everything becomes digital. Like museums, even libraries are putting forward videos and content, and they need music because music is the emotional drive for most people. For example, in 2020, I was able to secure a deal with a library, which is, one wouldn't think a library would want to do a rights agreement with a musician, but they did. And also at some point, hopefully, but I'm pretty sure, live performances will be possible again. And then royalties from live performances will also make, or they do make a considerable amount of the royalties which are paid. So that's this one side of thinking a bit broader how we as songwriters will need to work On the other side is, and that's been very predominant in Europe, the different organizations and campaigns going on in the UK and here, and some are joint ventures. In principle, hashtag fix streaming now, which very much emphasizes the amount paid to labels their artists,
right,
to the performance side of the music. And that is problematic, because if there wouldn't be any songs, there would be nothing to actually produce and to stream.
That's right.
There's the GEMA initiated a study, a study trying to find out how much songwriters and artists are getting paid by the streaming platforms, and songwriters get 9.7% of the money going out. Labels get about 40%. Artists get a bit more, about 11%.
Okay.
The publishers get even less, they get like 5%.
5%, wow. Okay.
And 30% goes to the streaming platform. Which I can understand in a way, because they need to host the service, they need to bring the library together, they need to do the marketing, they need to do the members in the and the subscriber admission and organizing all that. But still, it's a bit out of balance for the songwriters. If the performance rights side gets 4 to 5 times as much as the songwriter's side, it just doesn't make any sense anymore. It used to make sense, or at least it was a bit more, it was seen to be okay, let's put it that way, when CDs were pressed, because the labels had to produce these quite vast numbers of actual physical products and then had to ship them everywhere. But they didn't need to do that anymore. They just put it online, and that's about it. Of course, the music needs to be produced and all that, and the artwork needs to be designed, and that's still a huge amount of the actual budget.
Right.
But still, that labels get 4 times as much as songwriters. Doesn't make any sense. Maybe like twice as much.
Yeah, I think it's a huge transformation that like the music industry is going through right now. I think and you as a musician have been affected so much. So I think it really helps you and better understand the needs, right? And contribute to this kind of new music economy, like try to determine how it should be. This is like, a big topic of NFTs is how do you think they will help musicians, this digitalizing music and ownership from the very beginning? Will it help musicians such as yourself, on the long run? What would you say, like just, without too many details?
I used to study musicology here in Berlin with an emphasis on pop music.
Okay.
And I had one professor who said, well, in the 50s and 60s, we had vinyls. And we had the post service, which could distribute vinyls in all the world. But did people actually buy the vinyls in Chile? It's similar with the internet. It's a lot easier to distribute your music all around the world.
Right.
But will those people in, for example, Chile, actually, I've got some listeners in Chile because I was in the TV there once, but
we'll have one speaker from Chile on the Create.
Oh, fantastic! Great. Maybe he's seen the show where I was in. So just because we have the internet doesn't mean that people actually do listen. And this saying is actually quite true, that the biggest problem isn't the distribution. The biggest problem is actually being known that people actually do it. Like listen to the music, or buy some merch, or support you on Patreon, or get an NFT. And that would be the biggest problem for musicians, because we're coming more and more into a world of, we're doing music, that is our product or something similar, but how do we actually approach people, and how do we convince them to support us? And the NFT is just a different means of doing that.
Yeah.
That's why I think there's still huge challenges, and it won't be a salvation, but it will be definitely a solution for many artists to be able to have an extra income stream.
That's what's important, right? And of course, it's all about, I mean, a lot of things are about marketing and connecting, right, with the right people. But how much, there are so many issues, there are so many ways, right, how your music can reach people, you know, and of course there are some algorithms in play, but there is also some PR, there is some marketing, there is some word of mouth, there is some luck sometimes involved, but of course hoping that your music will get to the right people at the right time. And this is actually what digitalizing really enables, right? So that your vinyl will not reach a person in Chile in 50 years, but in 5 minutes, something like that. So you're recording. But yeah, it's a huge topic, I know, and there's so much development going on. So when we do our next Create Summit, I'd love to have you on the panel, and we'll talk only about, you know, what's going on in the music industry, and I'm sure there will be some new developments until then, and that we can reflect and maybe find some solutions.
Yes, that'd be lovely. I'd love to.
That would be amazing. Thank you. So, and you know, we've talked like now about the major challenges right now, right? And you are putting so much effort, you know, volunteering for GEMA and writing your own music and performing still. So you're really helping other people, inspiring them through your music. And my question to you is, how has music and art in general have helped you personally, maybe during your life, on your life journey?
Thank you for saying that, first of all. Yeah, it does mean a lot to me, because in principle, that is why I'm doing music, is to make a positive impact on the people who are listening, on the people who see me performing. I love performing. It's just the absolute best. Doing my music, first of all, really helps me with like just staying sane. Years and years and years ago, as a little child, the music of others, and still nowadays, when I listen to certain songs or music, it keeps me sane. It shows me the beauty in the world. It shows me the positivity in the world. It shows me why we're here, in principle, to enjoy this art. It's just such a big and emotional thing. For me, it started back in the day listening to Beatles' best of albums and watching the movie The Blues Brothers.
Oh yeah.
I just loved it. I was stunned. The music, the energy and all that. I was just like, I knew that.
Yeah.
I need to be a musician. It's just amazing.
How old were you?
I must have been like 4 or 5.
Oh my God. Okay.
And every time the movie was on, we had it on a VHS and then later on a DVD, and I was like dressing up with a hat and doing all the moves and dancing and just skipping around, listening to James Brown, Ray Charles, Aretha Franklin. It was just, wow. I was stunned. I was absolutely stunned and motivated to become a musician myself, and tried to share that kind of energy with other people.
And you're doing it very well.
Thank you.
Your songs just really inspired me today in the morning, you know, when I realized all the to-do list that is still on for our Create Summit, you know, and And like, why am I doing that to myself, and to my team? And then when I listen to your songs, they're really, okay, now I understand. And this is not an understanding that comes from your mind. It's an understanding that comes from your heart, I think, and soul. And that really like kind of lights you up, when I listen to your songs, to Together and Hope and Love, and I kind of, no, here it is. Okay, now
Thank you, Lara.
I can get through another day and the week. No, so amazing. Thank you. And thank you for sharing. This is such a great story. And this is, I think this is your motto, putting rock and roll into folk. Like, how did it come? How did you come up with that? And why rock and roll?
I loved and still love the early rock and roll and the 50s music and also the 60s music. With Little Richard and of course Elvis and Fats Domino and all those artists, Chuck Berry. When I became a singer-songwriter, playing only with my acoustic guitar and later added a stomp box and sang to it, I always knew I wanted to bring something fiery. And then that's why I came up with rock and roll, which is the fiery part, and folk, which is the one man standing there with an acoustic guitar,
right,
together. And my songs are a bit of both, and I've got some songs which are more rock and roll. I've got some songs which are more folk, and I just found it a bit of a witty thing, to be honest.
And I think it's appealing to a large group of people. So that's also cool. Yeah, thank you. I love the motto. And I always remember your performance when we first met, and at this event in Berlin, and I think it was in Spandau. It was kind of like a folk event, for open air, and it was so fitting. Like I really immediately felt, you're like the perfect person, to be there and to inspire people. And remind us also, like, it's not only inspiring, it's just reminding there's something else that is there in life for us, right? Like not just basic material things, but also something like connecting, right? Like listening to your soul or to your heart, or following your desires as a child to become a musician.
Yeah.
That's so inspirational. Thank you. And now speaking of, your love of performing and the live performance that I happened to witness that I loved, and what would be your most favorite and least favorite part in making music or being a musician? Or the most
favorite is definitely performing.
Yeah.
Standing on stage and having people sing and clap along and like experiencing that together is just it's just beyond compare.
Yeah.
The least favorite part is probably doing your taxes, something like that. but with the problem with me is I love all the bits which make up my job. I love songwriting. It really gets me going too. I love recording when everything comes together and it sounds really good. That part especially. I love performing, as I said. I love talking about music and inspirations and networking and all of that.
Okay.
So but I even enjoy crunching numbers to do my books. So, but it's probably something, and probably like waiting around. It's a lot of waiting around to when you're like touring.
Yeah.
Like get to a venue and then you sound check and then you're ready and you're like, okay then, and then like. Okay, the show is on in 2 hours. Like nobody's there yet. and you're just waiting, and you're
What do you do in those moments, in those 2 hours?
I prepare.
Okay.
Trying to get into the mindset of being able to, put on the best show.
What's your ritual, if you don't mind sharing?
I do quite a lot of vocal exercises. Okay. I do a bit of guitar exercises as well. I go through my songs, and occasionally I meditate. Just a calming inner perspective, and finding myself, and knowing or getting to know myself a bit better, and then sharing it with the people.
I love that. Thank you for sharing. I'm sure good tips for other performers. And because I know myself, when I was performing and acting on stage, I would always get super nervous, and I'm still getting super nervous, even before every interview. And this is like a huge part on how to prepare for a gig, right? And I have 2 more questions. So one is you can choose which one to go first. So one, I wanted to do like a session, a true or false session, so kind of had your dreams as a, you saw the Blues Brothers say, okay, I want to be a musician. So what were some misconceptions or some things that were proved to be wrong, some statements or some beliefs and about music, about you growing as a musician, and which is actually true. So I just want to kind of talk to you about that. So it'll be like a true or false session.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's start with that.
Because I think this is very fitting. So I have a few of them here. So it's basically true or false. Of course, sometimes it's not black and white, so feel free to. Music theory harms creativity.
False. I don't think it particularly harms it. It can enhance it. It can broaden one's horizon. And if one wants to be too rigid. If one wants to be too rigid in the structures, right, then it can be, of course, harming. But in general, I would say it's not.
Perfect. Music is a privilege. I guess making music is a privilege.
Yeah, the way I make music, for example, is an absolute privilege. I've got this fantastic flat here. I've got I live in a very nice place, nice part of the world. I don't have to think about a lot of things. But in principle, I think music can also take part in or take place in your head. So in principle, it's one thing which really touches everyone. And I think in every part of the world, there's some kind of music culture. So, and even like 10,000 years ago, when we didn't have a lot of things, we started to make music on bone whistles.
With the voice.
And
very
exactly,
big,
singing, clapping, dancing, doing all kinds of sounds and rhythms, and life is rhythm. Life is a way of music in a way.
Right. It is. Oh, I love that. I'll use it as a quote if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Author you, give the credit to you, of course. That's beautiful. Okay. Then let's do the next one. It's kind of a true and false statement. So it's kind of in the middle. The universal truth. It's too early to start learning music, or too late. I guess it's more like it's too late to start doing music, practicing music.
Is also false. The best time is now. the best time, and there's a Chinese proverb, the best time to plant a tree is 30 years ago. The second best time is today. So if you've got love for music, just pursue it in any way possible to you.
Great, thank you. I think that's a great advice for anyone out there loving music and contemplating, if to do it or not. I just picked up the flute. I used to play the piano when I was a kid, and the accordion. Went to music school for like 9 years straight. Wow. And I just picked up, so I forgot all the accordion. I still play the piano, but I just picked up the flute again. I mean, not again, that's the first time. And this is like my first, kind of this kind of instrument. And it's super hard. It's super hard. I'm like, I'm losing the breath, but it's so exciting to start practicing. Yeah.
And it's tiny steps, but it's still so rewarding.
It is. And that's important that you say that, like to keep practicing, to keep making progress, right?
Definitely.
Thank you. And the next one is for you as a songwriter. That's a myth about that songwriting is magic and songwriters are born magicians.
I agree with that to some extent.
Okay.
I do think songwriting is some kind of magic because I sit there with a guitar, with my notebook, with a pencil and an eraser, and then I play like this chord structure or something on the guitar, and then it just hits me, and it's just like, wow, the hook or something came, and I think there is some kind of magic in it, but I don't think that it's exclusive to like elite club of songwriters and we're the only ones who could do it. I think if you've got like before, if you've got passion for music, if you love music, you want to create music, then you should do it. And then maybe it won't be very good at the beginning, but at least you're creating music, and then just keep at it and practicing and just keep doing it. I mean, I think most songwriters, like their first songs weren't very much listenable. I mean, my first songs weren't very good. Yeah, and after 50 songs, they start to become like good. It's and then you just need to keep doing it.
Exactly. Practice makes perfect, right? And one more statement. You have to take drugs in order to write like splendid music, like rock star level music.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fault.
Thank you. I know.
One big hobby of mine is reading biographies of musicians and bands, and most of them who've done hard drugs. I haven't done heroin, so I don't know. But most of them say you're just incapable of actually producing anything. Just your life just completely derails. And because you're somehow in this structure, you still work to some extent. I don't agree with that, because even people doing marijuana or LSD to broaden one's horizon. I mean, travel, talk to people, listen to people. That is also very much a horizon broadening, and I don't think, one needs that. I mean, I'm was a great example for that. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do any drugs at all, and there's been only very occasional exceptions to that in the past. And you like my music, so that must say
so. Me neither. I also don't drink or do drugs. So that's why it's super interesting to see, I think, like this perspective, of this like other generations, like bands. But I'm thinking, I mean, I'm just trying to understand that, like kind of this, and maybe you can help explain at some point, like why they did so much, it was of course a different era, a different mindset. And maybe it was also the pressure that the industry put onto them, when you think, when being an independent artist is one thing, because you kind of have the flexibility of you choose to produce one song per month, or you choose to produce like, 5 songs if you're inspired, and you can do that. But being within the industry, and me, like, I'm working in tech companies, with very high expectations of people, like corporations. And I understand this, it's kind of like need to produce. It's a little like, it's very bad for the mental health of people.
Definitely.
Think about musicians, if they're told like, like bands, oh, you have to release new, like 5 albums in the next 5 years, right? Or
Definitely.
2 years, yeah.
And also there's so much pressure to musicians anyway, because you're, especially with social media nowadays and the internet and the instant like feedback, you're talking to so many people, you're like channeling your music to so many people, and that's just, in principle, it's a superhuman situation to be in, because actually humans are not made for that. And of course you've got loads and huge pressures, and any industry has problems with drugs, but in the music industry it's just very, very apparent, because musicians and artists just love to stand in the spotlight.
That's right. And with digitalizing, on the one hand, it's good because you may not, actually come, well, for some musicians, because it has, great outreach, and, you get to reach a lot of people at the same time, and spread your music, spread your art, spread your wisdom. But on the other hand, like this constant need to produce also, to keep it going, I think that's also can be a little challenging, right? You can earn a burnout if you don't like, obviously,
Yeah, if you don't take care of yourself.
Yes, yeah. Like just the German is coming into my mind. All right, thank you. And one last question, or more of a myth, true or false, is good music needs to be complicated and have hidden meanings. This is all off Google, basically. So
false.
Okay.
I mean, thinking of the song "Sitting in My Ya, waiting for my Ya." That is such a great piece of music. Or some blues, which is just clapped and sung to, is super simple. Music needs to be emotional to be good.
Mm-hmm.
And emotions can be very, very simple and very straightforward. Sometimes not. Sometimes they are complicated. And sometimes they are hidden meanings. And that music is still good. Like, also complicated music can be good, but also simple music can be good.
Love that. Thank you. Thank you so much. And being in touch with your emotions and showing them, I think, is so important, right?
Definitely.
Right. When you really want to touch people's hearts and souls and minds with your music, with your art.
Yeah, you need to speak from your heart to be able to touch people in their hearts.
Beautiful.
People of Create Summit, you're here to be awesome and just be awesome. Talk to people, listen to people, connect with people. Art and creativity is such a fundamental part of life, and it's a transformation in itself. So let's create something big. Let's move mountains and create summits.
Wow. Love it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ludwig, and everyone. Thank you so much, everyone, all the fabulous speakers and guests for joining us here today at the first Virtual Create Summit. We have had a productive and amazing first Virtual Create Summit. We have discovered how to transform life through art, creativity, and technology with 16 speakers joining us from across 10 time zones. We had 3 panels dedicated to the healing power of art, a panel on the impact of art and arts driving innovation to creative thinking and change. And we also had a discussion on converging art and technology. We really enjoyed the keynote presentation by Givan, tech and music guru, Stanford University professor, a meditation session with art therapist Alisa Poplavskaya, and a workshop on awakening your creativity with Tatiana Yu. We received so much positive feedback from the Create Summit, about the Create Summit, from guests, speakers, viewers, that we invite everyone to come back to Create Summit next year, where it will be held in hybrid mode. Please stay tuned for updates. Make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on social media, Artists&Angels, Create Summit, United Voices for Peace, our partner organization. Also, make sure to join our WhatsApp group for networking. Your support really means the world to us. Thank you for being here, and create, create, create. See you all at our next Create Summit.